Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning to everyone. The session of March the 25th, 2024 is hereby called to order. We will start off by having the invocation by Reverend Charles L. Brown Jr., chaplain of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and that will be followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Please rise.
Let every heart pray. This is the day that the Lord has made. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. You are Alpha and Omega, the one who originates and the one who finishes. We seek your presence in our gathering today because with you we can accomplish great things. But without you, our efforts won't address the numerous needs in the territory. We praise you for the gifts, skills, and knowledge in the nominees to be considered who have offered themselves in service to the community. Bless them such that they use their platforms to move the needle towards progress. As for the permits and bills that will be deliberated upon during this session, give these lawmakers the spirit of discernment so that the decisions made would strengthen the faith of Virgin Islanders in the legislative process. We pray for the family of Mr. Hugh Pemberton, Mr. P., a radio icon in St. Croix. We pray for the family of our young queen from Jane E. Tuitt Elementary School, Jaquetta Isaac. We pray for the family of Mr. Danley Cuffey, brother of our own Miss Marisol Castor. And we pray for the family of Miss Bernice P. Jackson, mother of former Senator Myron D. Jackson. For each of these families, Lord God, we need you to be Jehovah Rapha, the Lord who heals. Mend broken hearts, cure broken spirits, and despite their loss, restore the joy of your salvation, because we believe that you, Jehovah, and not the devil, has the final say. for the sake of the one who lived and died so that we can all live abundantly. In Jesus' name, amen.
Please be seated, and thank you very much, Reverend Charles Brown Jr., for invocation. And again, a pleasant good morning to everyone. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President of the 35th Legislature. Let me welcome all of my colleagues. A pleasant good morning to you, as well as to the guests viewing and listening. At this time, Madam Secretary, roll call.
A pleasant good day to everyone. Pleasant good day to everyone. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Present. Senator Bolquez, present. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, present. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, present. Senator Donna Fret Gregory. Senator Fret Gregory, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, we have 10 members present and 5 members absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, Madam Clerk, is there any correspondence to be read into the record from our members?
Yes, Mr. President.
You may proceed in reading those correspondence.
Letter dated March 15th, 2024. The Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senate President Francis, please be informed that I will be unable to attend the legislative session set for 10 a.m. on March 25th, 2024, due to a previously scheduled engagement. I ask that I be marked as excused. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Minority Leader, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 24th, 2024, to the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senate President Francis, I am writing to formally request your consideration in excusing my absence from the legislative session scheduled for Monday, March 25th, 2024, at 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers. Regrettably, I have unavoidable medical appointments scheduled on the mainland on that day, necessitating my absence from session. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause and assure you that I will make every effort to stay informed with the day's actions. I extend my best wishes for a productive, harmonious legislative session. Please ensure that all actions taken during the session are forwarded to my office. Thank you for your understanding and support. Sincerely, Milton E. Potter. Letter dated March 24th, 2024, to the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Senator Francis, I apologize that due to inclement weather in Miami, my flight to St. Croix on Sunday, March 23rd, was canceled. Therefore, I cannot be present at the legislative session to be held on Monday, March 25th, 2024, at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. Kindly excuse my absence. I regret any inconvenience this may cause. Thank you for your understanding, and I wish you a very successful session. Kind regards, Maurice C. James, Esquire, Senator, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Letter dated March 25th, 2024, the Honorable Novell E. Francis Jr., Senate President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Mr. President, I regret to inform you that my return from the Council of State Governments Housing Summit has been delayed by inclement weather that caused the cancellation of hundreds of flights in Florida yesterday. As a result, I will be absent for most of today's legislative session, although I hope to arrive in time to take part sometime in the afternoon. Please mark my absence as excused, and please accept my apologies for any inconvenience caused, as well as my best wishes for a productive session. Sincerely, Marvin A. Blyden, Vice President, 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, please record Senator Javon James Sr. as present. And also record Senator Marvin Blyden, Vice President, as excused, as well as Senator Dwayne DeGraff, the Minority Leader, as excused, Senator Maurice C. James as excused, and Senator Milton E. Potter as excused. Madam Secretary, tally at this point.
Mr. President, we have 11 members present and 4 members excused.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. A pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing, and welcome to the first session of the 2024 season. Today, the Senate will consider and act an extensive agenda to include nominations, resolutions, zonings, and various bills. And on behalf of the members of the 35th Legislature, I extend heartfelt condolences to former Senator Myron D. Jackson on the loss of his mother, Miss Bernice Peterson Jackson. Ms. Jackson did not miss any of her son's swearing-in ceremonies. She was always here with us during those swearing-in ceremonies. She was kind and a gracious and elegant woman who will be missed by all who had the pleasure of knowing her. Before we get into today's agenda, I want to take the time to congratulate the winners and the participant in the territorial spelling bee and math counts competition. Congratulations to Joseph Griot of the Earle Rivera K-8 School as he advances to the Scripps National Spelling Bee. He won by the spelling of shenanigans, of which I hope there will be none today. Congratulations are also extended to Sanjay Bancham and Daniel Zoe from the Antilles School, Teek Gleason from the Good Hope Country Day School, Nazar Joseph from the Church of God Academy, and Evan Foy from the Lockhart Elementary School, who will serve as team alternate. These mathletes will represent the territory at the National Math Counts competition. My best wishes to all of these scholars as they prepare for the highest level of the competition. In the last few weeks, I've also had the pleasure of attending several ribbon-cutting ceremonies, notably for the Cramers Park Pavilion, the Florence Williams Public Library, and the transitional homes at the John A. Bell Adult Correctional Facility. I commend all of the agency heads and their teams for the consistent march towards progress. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to everyone who participated in the Battle of the Agencies on Saturday. It was an excellent event filled with sportsmanship and fun. Our legislative team represented us well, and we look forward to performing even better when we do the Battle of the Agencies held on St. Croix next month. Great job, everyone. At this time, I'd like to remind those in the audience to please turn your phones off or unmute as not to interrupt today's proceedings. Madam Clerk, at this time, can you read today's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. Nominees. Mr. Harold W. L. Willox, Esquire, nominee, Justice, Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Avril George, Commissioner nominee, Department of Human Services. Antonio Stevens, nominee, Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Maurice K. Mouet, nominee, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors. May A. Cornwall, nominee, Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management, District of St. Croix. Dr. Nathaniel Olive, non-agricultural interest nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Croix. Carlos Robles, land occupier nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Thomas. Consideration of coastal zone management permits and zonings. Bill number 35-0212, an act ratifying minor coastal zone permits number CZT-18-21W issued to Beach Life LLC for the continued use and occupancy of submerged lands and the installation of a 5-foot wide by 30-foot long floating dock anchored by a 4-foot wide by 24-foot long wooden walkway on the beach and seaward of Tract C-1 Estate Water Island, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0213, an act granting a conditional zoning use variance for plots number 219 and 220, Estate Morning Star, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from R1, residential low density, zoning designation to allow for a restaurant and bar, amphitheater, retail, a barber, a beauty salon, short-term rental guest house, and event space rental of commercial space. Bill number 35-0233, an act granted a use variance to parcels number 41, remainder estate content, and 41C estate content 7A, South Side Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for commercial parking. Bill number 35-0234, an act granting a zoning variance from the 1-2 light industry zoning designation to revise parcel number 17-3, remainder estate Niski, number 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a business hotel. Bill number 35-0235, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone reconfigured remainder consolidated parcels number 1-13 Estate Duno, number 2A New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered. Excuse me. Consideration of leases. Bill number 35-0077, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and St. Thomas Rescue, Inc., parcels number 146, revised submarine base number 6, Southwest Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building on approximately 0.1899 U.S. acres of improved land, more or less, Zone P, for the purpose of operating a long-term headquarters for all rescue-related activities of the leasee and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0211, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and James O. Gastons for plot number 9-G, VI Corp Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 653,400 U.S. square feet or 15 U.S. acres of unimproved land, more or less, as shown on drawings number A9-5C008 to be used for crop production and rearing small livestock. Bill number 35-0225, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Virgin Islands Center for Architecture, Crafts, and Build Heritage, St. Croix, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Build Heritage and Crafts for plots number 8 Church Street and plots number 21, 22, and 23 Hospital Street, Christiansted Town, Company Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story masonry buildings to be used for the common good, welfare, and education of the people of the Virgin Islands, on heritage and cultural legacy, and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, Western Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and ProMar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and plat number 159, remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Consideration of resolution. Bill number 35-0116, a resolution honoring and commending Honorary Brigadier General Leal Gerard Galabert for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard and his dedication to his country and to the people of the Virgin Islands. Consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis court in her honor. Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records in Hiring Practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal records checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies, and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0133, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, by adding Section 190GG, establishing a scholarship program to support individuals interested in pursuing a career in the maritime industry in the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0172, an act amending Title 29, Chapter 5, Virgin Islands Code, relating to building codes to provide for adoption of nationally recognized census-based codes and standards and amendments to such codes that are in the best interest of the territory, and to provide clarification to the Virgin Islands Building Code. Bill number 35-0178, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records. Bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor. Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a perimeter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry. Bill number 35-0208, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0218, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, relating to unemployment benefits by reducing the number of weeks that unemployment benefits can be received, increasing the statute of limitation for the collection of overpayments of unemployment benefits from claimants and for delinquent employer contributions, allowing for the implementation of the payroll variation methodology launch in the calendar year beginning January 2024, implementing a 10-year record retention period for employers, and requiring employers to register with the Virgin Islands State Information Data Exchange System. Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming Gamilgada to William A. Industrious Street. Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Have a glass of water. Thank you very much. As you can see, we have 7 nominees, 5 zonings, 5 leases, 1 resolution, and 13 bills to consider today. We have our work cut out for us there. Before we go to the majority leader to do the assignment of the bills, at this time I'd like to recognize the pages, if they'll just come forward real quickly. We have 3 pages that will be supporting and assisting with the senators today, and of course we'll start with the young lady that's before us. Quanasia Estrel of the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, a 12th grader. She's also a member of the Junior ROTC program. Her favorite subject is English. You could come a little closer. Her favorite subject is English. Her hobbies are dancing and listening to music. She also volunteers with the Virgin Islands National Guard. And guess what? Her interest is in criminal justice. Please join me in welcoming Miss Quanasia Estrel. Our next page that's before us today, we have Oscar Cueto, and he's from the Ivana Eudora Ken High School as well, a 12th grader, and he's part of the JAG program, Jobs for America graduates. His favorite subject is science. He enjoys playing music and playing sports. His career goal is to study medicine and become a general surgeon. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Oscar Cueto. Our final page for today, the third one, Mr. Isaac Winston, also of the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, a 12th grader, and he's also part of the Junior ROTC program as well as the JAG program, the Jobs for America graduates. His favorite subject is English, and he enjoys playing basketball, listening to music, and working, and his career goal is to go into the military. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Isaac Winston. Thank you, Pages, for your assistance and support here of myself and my colleagues today. Work hard, learn a lot, have a little bit of fun, get something to eat, and at the end of the day, we'll get you a nice little small check. All right, welcome and thank you. At this time, the session will stand in recess for 3 minutes. And we're out of recess at this time. I recognize Senator Kenneth Gittins, Majority Leader, for his motion.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to assign blocks and debate time for today's floor agenda. Block 1, consideration of nominations of Harold Willax, Esquire, Avril George, Antonio O. Stevens, Maurice Moore, May Cornwell, Dr. Nathaniel Olive, Carlos Robles, with a debate time of 3 minutes. Block 2 will be consideration of coastal zones, zonings, 35-0212, 0213, 0233, 0234, and 0235, with a debate time of 2 minutes. Block number 3, consideration of leases and one resolution from 35-0077, 35-0211, 35-0225, 35-0245, 35-0246, and 35-0116, with a debate time of 3 minutes. Block number 4, consideration of bills, beginning with 35-0107, 35-0115, 35-0133, 35-0172, 35-0178, 35-0182, and 35-0184, with a debate time of 3 minutes. And final block, number 5, beginning with bill number 35-0196, 35-0207, 35-0208, 35-0218, 35-0223, and 35-0226, with a debate time of 4 minutes. Also with bill number 35-0207 being the bill to attach non-germane amendments. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Joseph, Senator Javon James Sr. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you. And next, we'll go to committee reports. And it'll be 2 minutes for the committee reports. And we'll start off with Senator Javon James Sr., Economic Development and Agriculture. You're recognized for your committee report, 2 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. This is our report on the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, which was held on Wednesday, March 13, 2024, at the Earle, Ottley Legislative Hall on the island of St. Thomas. The purpose of the hearing was to receive testimonies regarding Bill number 35-0232 and updates from the following agencies: the USVI Office of Cannabis Regulations and the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Senator Diane Capehart made a motion to approve Bill number 35-0232. The bill did not get a second, which resulted in the bill to not be able to be moved forward to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. As a result, the bill failed. The committee also received testimony from Assistant Commissioner Harris Graham of DLCA, who was accompanied by Director of Business and Administration, Ms. Lorraine Fredericks. Each senator was given 5 minutes for questioning, even though there were an absence of certain testifiers.
1 minute.
In conclusion, it was recognized that key testifiers from the Cannabis Advisory Board were absent, so I, as the chair, Senator Javon James, called for the meeting to be adjourned until further notice. We did receive testimonies from the Department of Agriculture, meaning physical copies. So if you want to know what's going on in the Department of Agriculture, even though we did not receive a full update from them on the Senate floor, you can go on the drive and read the testimony.
30
and you can
seconds.
also read the testimony of former Executive Director Hannah Cardi, which is 25 pages speaking on all that has been done regarding cannabis and its regulations and the path moving forward. With that said, thank you, Mr. President, for the time, and God bless the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James, and thank you for the work that's being done by the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture. Next, we'll go to Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., and he have the Committee of Sports, Park, Recreation, and Aging. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. Please recognize the mic of Senator Bolquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I stand before you today to present an update on the activities of the Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, Sports, and Parks. Initially, our committee had planned to conduct crucial hearings to address the key issues that are within our mandate. Unfortunately, we were compelled to postpone these hearings due to the unavailability of several essential testifiers. In lieu of this postponement, our committee has taken proactive steps in conducting site visits and critical facility visits on projects throughout the territory. These included the Parley Joseph Stadium, the Raphael E. Whitley Skill Center, Reinhold Rookie Jackson Complex, and even the Bureau of Information Technology, the St. John Rescue Offices, to list a few. These visits allowed us to see firsthand the sites, the conditions, the challenges, and the progress that they've been making. We also joined forces with the chair of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications and conducted a homeowners credit workshop on the islands of St. Thomas and St. John. Additionally, our committee has engaged in several other events and engagements designed to connect the community. And we have listened to concerns and gathered information for our legislative efforts. Looking forward, we're diligently preparing to reschedule these committee hearings on April 19, 2024. And this session is of paramount importance that will serve as a platform for addressing the urgent issues in our territory surrounding youth and aging. Mr. Chair, this concludes my report. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. And again, I want to commend the work that's being done by the committee. And we can see that there's some progress being made. We had the opening of the Christmas Park and some of those other areas. We continue to see the improvement that's being done in our parks, and we know the importance of that. So again, I commend and thank you for the committee. Next, we'll hear from the committee chair, Senator Donald Fred Gregory, Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. You're recognized for your 2 minutes, Senator.
Good morning, colleagues, and good morning to the friends in the audience that's here with us today, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Budget and Appropriations and Finance met 4 times since the December 19, 2023 session. The committee met on January 19th, February 6th, March 5th, and March 19th of 2024. 5 leases and 4 bills were vetted through the committee and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and the judiciary for further consideration. The committee also heard updates from 3 entities: the government's financial team on the financial overview of the government of the Virgin Islands to include the FY 2023 unaudited revenue collections, the FY 2023 budget appropriations versus total allotment, outstanding programmatic federal drawdowns for the FY 23 and prior, status of the FY 2024 allotments.
1 minute.
We also met with the West Indian Company Limited on the following: the financial overview of the West Indian Company Limited, status of the outstanding payments due in lieu of taxes, and the update on their capital projects. We also received testimony on the Virgin Islands Taxicab Commission with regards to the financial operations, which was short on reliable information, and this has caused the committee to reevaluate its approach as it relates to the Commission's appropriations. Further, due to the continued cash flow challenges that we
30
have
seconds.
in the territory, I have instructed the Post-Audit Division to review the revenues the current revenues against the allotment, the appropriations, to determine what direction we should go in. So we should be having a meeting on that sometime in late April or early May to reevaluate our appropriations. The committee is scheduled to meet on April 2nd, 2024. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gregory, on your report of the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. And again, commend the work that's being done and your oversight of the government funds. And as we have indicated, we are in some challenging times, and we're looking forward to better days as we move ahead, and this body has to continue to exert our oversight. So thank you for that. Next, we'll hear from Senator Ray Fonseca, the Committee Chair of Health, Hospital, and Human Services. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Pleasant good morning, and a special welcome to everyone present in the chambers, colleagues, and also to everyone listening at this time. I bring warm greetings to all, give thanks and praises to the Most High, and blessing. Mr. President, the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services sponsored a series of 3 separate free community health screenings for HIV, blood pressure, blood sugar, including dental examinations, early child care, adoption services, etc. Present also at these 3 health screenings were AARP, Red Cross, and VI Dental Center. The Department of Human Services and also the Department of Health were also present. The events were held on St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. The committee held a meeting on Wednesday, January 26, 2024, and favorably forward Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry.
30 seconds.
Diabetes and chronic kidney disease are interlinked, and the registry would shift the Virgin Islands' approach to these diseases. There are currently 219 patients in the territory living with total kidney failure. And Mr. President, diabetes is increasing in the territory. There are 11,791 persons with diabetes in our community, plus 10,278 persons with pre-diabetes, total of 22,069. I am proud to announce the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, has approved a monumental award of over $928 million for the rebuild of Roy Lester Snyder Hospital, and with the previously announced $834 million for the Wang Louis Hospital.
Time.
That's a total of $1.7 billion committed to the hospital. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time. Blessings.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca, and thank you for the work that's being done by Health, Hospital, and Human Services Committee. And next, we'll hear from the committee chair, Senator Diane T. Capehart, for the Committee of Rules and Judiciary. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary held its meetings on March 14, 2024, at the Fritz E. Lowetz Conference Room on the island of St. Croix. We heard 2 nominations for land occupier nominee for the Virgin Islands Conservation District, and also Mr. Robles, land occupier nominee for the Conservation District on the island of St. Thomas. So we heard 2 nominations on 7 bills on that day, and colleagues, all of these nominations and bills were forwarded to this full body for full consideration. And then on March 20th, 2024, we had 3 nominations and 10 bills. And all of these nominations and bills were voted on favorably and sent to this committee for full consideration. Mr. President, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, next committee's date is on St. Croix at the Fritz E. Lowetz Conference Room, I
One
think
minute.
on April 5th, St. Croix. Thank you, Mr. President, and I just wanted to say Happy Easter to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart, and thank you for the work that's being done by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary, the Clearinghouse. And, we have a number of those nominees as well as all those bills that will be vetted today in today's session. Next, we'll hear from the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth Gittens, and his report on the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. You recognize for your 2 minutes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again to all. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety had 2 meetings since session. We met on St. Croix on or about February 13th, where we considered Bill number 35-0182 regarding the non-consensual dissemination of images, and also called in a number of our law enforcement entities to begin our reviews. We also convened on or about March 12th, 2024 on the island of St. Thomas to consider Bill number 35-0115, the Fair Chance for Employment Act, as well as to hear an update from additional law enforcement entities within, namely the Virgin Islands Port Authority, VI Lottery, and the VI Waste Management Authority. This was the second meeting with these agencies that employ law enforcement peace officers, and it is clear that these officers can do a lot more to assist in law and order here in the territory, even starting with simple traffic citations. While all of these enforcement divisions have a specific mandate, we know that their authority as peace officers are broad, and it is clear our community needs these officers to fully exercise their authority. We had a thorough discussion on Bill number 35-0115, which limits criminal record checks in the employment application process
30 seconds.
and implements fair chance hiring policies. The legislation was moved to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further recommendation and will be heard in session. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will meet again on April 4th, coming up to consider issues relative to plans for the safety and security initiatives during the upcoming carnival activities. This is Holy Week. I just want to ask all to be safe in all that you do, especially in the island district of St. Croix, where we know camping is a big, big thing. I ask that everyone be safe, and again, consider what Holy Week means to all of us in our households. Thank you. Happy Easter to everyone.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittens, for the work that's being done by your Committee of Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice. And next, we'll go to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your Committee of Government Operations, DLCA.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. A pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I extend a pleasant greetings to some of my schoolmates, my former co-workers, and my family members who are sitting right here, and friends who are sitting in the gallery today. The committee, since our last committee report on December 19th, 2023, the legislative session, the Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection held 2 legislative hearings and 1 town hall meeting. The first legislative committee hearing was held on Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024, and the second was held on Tuesday, February 27th, 2024. Both committee hearings were held in the Earle Ottley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas. During both hearings, the committee received testimonies and favorably reported out to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary the following bill. Bill number 35-0184, which under honors a great man, Vigo E. Sewer, posthumously for his contribution to the Virgin Islands and renames a road in St. John, the East End Road on Route 10 in his honor. Then we had Bill number 35-0208, which commends and honors a great lady, Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull, for her lifetime of service to the people of the Virgin Islands and the government of the Virgin Islands.
30
We
seconds.
also had Bill number 35-0107, which also honored posthumously for Nella Cooper, and then two other bills, which I'm the sponsor of. Bill number 35-0223 to rename Gamogata in recognition and honor of a great God-fearing man, Dr. William A. Industrious, Bishop Dr. William A. Industrious, and then Bill number 35-0226, an act amending and establishing a minimum default amount for child support. We also had a town meeting dealing with our taxi cab operators, and that was the final one that we held in the district of St. Croix relative to that matter. Tomorrow, which is Tuesday, March 26th, the committee is scheduled to meet in the Fritz E. Lewis conference room on St. Croix, where we're going to be receiving testimony on a bill and also doing performing a tour. I finally would like, Mr. President and colleagues, to thank all the senators who are members of my committee, as well as those who are non-members who come every day. This is a very hard-working committee, and I want to wish all and everybody a wonderful Easter. I celebrated yesterday, as I'm sure everybody did, Palm Sunday. And so I urge you to go to church and give praise to the Almighty. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, and thank you for the work that's being done by Government Operation, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection. Next, we'll put 2 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I'll give the Cliff Note version of the Committee of the Whole. And of course, since the last session, we met on January 22nd to hear the State of the Territory address by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. And February the 5th, we also received testimony on a CZM permit and 3 zoning requests. Bill number 35-0212, a minor coastal zone permit issued to Beach Life. And Bill number 35-0233, we granted a use variance, bringing discount car rental into compliance with zoning laws. Bill number 35-0234, which grants a zoning use variance to allow a business hotel in the Estate Niski area, as well as Bill number 35-0235, which would allow for a mixed-use development in Estate Dono. All matters that were heard in the Committee of the Whole are being considered in today's legislative agenda, and as well as we facilitated a meeting recently as a committee chair in Bill number 35-0213 to resolve some concerns between an applicant, owner, and a neighbor. Those concerns have been addressed through Bill number 35-0213 and will be amended accordingly. Again, all senators sits in the Committee of the Whole, and that concludes the presentation today for the committee report. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up the items in block number 1.
Consideration of nominees. Mr. Harold W.L. Willox, Esquire, nominee, Justice, Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Earle George, Commissioner nominee, Department of Human Services. Antonio O. Stevens, nominee, Director, Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Maurice K. Mouet, nominee, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors. May A. Cornwall, nominee, Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management, District of St. Croix. Dr. Nathaniel Olive, non-agricultural interest nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Croix. And Mr. Carlos Robles, land occupier nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Thomas.
Thank you very much. Again, we have 7 nominees in this block, and we recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger for 3 minutes. Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize for your time.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues. Good day to the people of the territory. Good day to the staff. I rise in support of all of the nominations here. I would like to say, when it comes to the nominee for the Supreme Court, Harold W.L. Willox, Esquire, it is my hope that our court system continues to thrive in a way where, in my opinion, it does its due diligence. And I hope that they continue on a pathway to create a semblance of balance here in the territory. And it is my wish that with this new added individual, it will bring about balance. As it relates to Ms. Avril George, Human Services is a special location, department in my heart, because it's the place where the people, especially that need it the most, that need the most help, that need the most services, go to. And I'm not going to say that in the last 3 years that I've been a senator, when they come before us to testify, I have not always been too happy with the reports that I've been getting out of Human Services. And sometimes we do have to make a change to improve things. So it is my hope that Ms. George is going to bring that needed change and improvement that we need within Human Services, because at the end of the day, it is to serve the people of this territory and make their lives a little bit better. I really don't have much issue with any of the other nominees.
30 seconds.
I know that Mr. Antonio Stevens will be stepping into a position. Unfortunately, we lost Mr. George Darrow, and it is my hope that these shoes that he's going to fill, that he does some service to the people of the territory when it comes to fire service. And I look forward to see all that is going to be done by all of these nominees, because as a territory, we need people in position that is going to make sure that we progress, that we move forward, and make sure this territory shines in a way that not only that it serves the people of this territory, but shows that what we are capable of and how great this Virgin Islands is.
Time.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Good morning.
Please recognize the mic of Senator Johnson.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. And good morning to our big group that is here to support most of our nominees here. Thank you guys for coming in support. As it relates to the Honorable Harold Willox, without a doubt, is prepared, have worked his way up through the ranks. Think you're going to do fine there. It's just a matter of time. I wish you the best. When it relates to Avril George and Antonio Stevens, you guys, I said to you on your day that I'm behind of you guys. I'm here to support you. I'm here to work with you. We have had very good dialogues, communicating, and let's continue having this kind of a communication. Both of you guys' agency has a lot of challenge. I understand that you're prepared. I understand you work hard and continue working hard for the people of this territory. Anytime someone put up their self for service, especially in these two agencies, and Human Service is a very big agency. But I know that you, Avril George, come with all the working skills. I look at your 8 points that you name of things that you do when you go to a job, and I say you're going to need those 8 tools in order to move this agency forward. Your team came in support of you. That's very important. Also to Mr. Stevens, your team came in support. It's going to take teamwork if you guys are going to make the mark that you need to make in these agencies. I am here to support you. I will continue saying that. It's only a phone call. In regards to the other nominees for the board,
30 seconds.
Nominees for conservation, Mr. Dr. Nathaniel Olive and Carlos Robles. These two gentlemen are well equipped in these areas that they were nominated. I think the governor found some very good selections in these boards. Also, May Conwell, very, very astute person in the area that she's going to be in Coastal Zone. And at the appropriate time, I will vote in for all of these nominees in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Yes, sir. It's not corrected. Thank you very much, Senator Johnson, for your comments there. Next, we'll go to Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues, everyone here present, and the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands that are viewing or listening. I also rise in support of all the nominees in Block 1. I want to thank them for their willingness to accept the nomination, their willingness to serve our community in different capacities. And we're grateful. We're grateful that we can still find people within our community that are open, that are willing to serve and give back. So, Judge Earle Willox, we've known for a few years, a man of the people who has clearly demonstrated his commitment to this territory and is more than prepared and qualified to fill in the shoes of Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. We'll be voting in favor of him. The same for Earle George. We have confidence. We know that the task on hand is not easy. There's many challenges within the Department of Human Services, but we know that she has not only the knowledge, experience, but also the back and the leadership qualities necessary to be able to move that department forward. So we're looking forward to hearing great things within Human Services. We know that things will not happen overnight. It'll take some time with some of the issues that we have in some of our departments or issues that have been stemming for years. But committed leadership can make it happen. Also, Antonio Stevens, had an opportunity to also meet with him personally and talk about some of the challenges within the department, and I'm confident that he, along with his team, will do a good role moving the department forward and continuing to carry out the vision for the department. The same goes for nominees to the various commissions and boards. The Virgin Islands Conservation District, I was glad to see that finally we have 2 more nominees for the Virgin Islands Conservation District. We know it's a very important board that really needs, we think we're still missing 1 more to have a full quorum. So looking forward to hearing that nomination come down so that we could have a full quorum within the Virgin Islands Conservation District. And the Coastal Zone Management, also Ms. May Cornwell. We know that it's an area that we definitely need to have it full so that we can continue to do the work of the people. So I'm glad to see. And I want to take this opportunity to invite members of our community who are willing to serve. I know sometimes there's a hesitation to be part of commissions and board. We want to encourage you, if you're out there and you have a skill, you have some qualifications, you have the interest to give back to the community, please volunteer, make yourself known, be part of one of these boards and commission. Let one of us know your interest so we could pass your name up to the governor. Also reach out to the office of the governor, because we definitely need more individuals in our community to fill some of the boards and commissions that we have in the department. So thank you, Mr. President. I will be voting in favor of these nominees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon E. James Sr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes. 3 minutes, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings once again to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I stand in full support of nominee Justice Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, Earle W.L. Willox, Esquire. Experience matters, and I know he definitely has what it takes to be a great Justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. So, to Mr. Willox and his family, be there for him as he go through this new role as the justice. As far as Earle George, I had an opportunity to run into her several times, and one thing I know about her, she's a person of business and very serious, and I like that personality. No nonsense person, get things done. I'm not a member of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I watched the hearing. I am not going to sit here and complain, because going to the committee would have been the best place to put that on the record. But all I can say is I wish you the best, and I hope your team is there to support you. As far as Miss May Cornwall, I am very aware of her experience. I remember when she used to work at the Waste Management Authority, and she played a vital role in many things that we benefit here today, even though we have some challenges with waste management. But I say all that to say is that experience matters, and I know she will be able to bring some of her experience to the table and to move the Virgin Islands forward as far as the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management in the District of St. Croix.
30 seconds.
The Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors. Obviously, you know what you're signing up for, so I wish you the best as you deal with the challenges of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority. We have a lot of challenges, and as a member of this body, I will continue to support any measure to hold the Water and Power Authority accountable. But in the process, I just ask for you and your team to do your due diligence to make sure that we fight for the people of the Virgin Islands and to solve some of our financial challenges with the Water and Power Authority. As far as the remaining nominees, I stand in full support of them. Dr. Nathaniel Olive, Carlos Robles. I wish all of you the best, and let us move the Virgin Islands forward. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time, and thank you to the administration for bringing down these names, and thank you for your service, each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll hear from Senator at Large, Angel Boquez Jr. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I have no reservations here, as all of the nominees exemplify the qualities of leadership and hold the qualities to serve at high capacity. I'll start off with Judge Willox. I don't know what he's doing in here. I tell him so earlier, but I look forward to giving him my approval. You know, he's the embodiment of a person that is fair and balanced and has an unwavering integrity to do right. And I've known him for a matter of years, and I definitely am looking forward to seeing him occupy that seat in one of the highest offices in that branch. As for Commissioner Earle George, her leadership style, her compassion and balance, I really appreciate. I've spoken to her many times over the phone with some issues, and she's always been fair, and I believe that she has come up the ranks within her department and knows it inside out. And those are the things that we need. We need to promote from within. Is always the best way for us to have the best type of leadership. As for Antonio Stevens, outstanding guy, fire EMS, has been there, done that, and distinguished, always very, very passionate about what he does. I know my time is running, but I really just want to say overall that I want to support each and every one of these nominees, as I believe that they are qualified to hold such positions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator at Large, Angel Boquez Jr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. President, for the time. And I rise in support of the 3 nominees that's before us that will be responsible for leading 3 major organizations within this territory. And I'm going to start with my sister first. Sir, thank you very much. I'm going to talk about Commissioner nominee Earle George. And as I said during the Rules Committee meeting, I had the occasion to meet the acquaintance of Earle George. And when her and I spoke the first time, when she walked away from me, I said, "That is a good woman." Earle George is a woman after my own heart. She leads without fear, and she leads by example. And she serves as the foundation in the Virgin Islands for effective leadership. I see you. I'm going to ask that you lead with discernment. I'm going to ask all of the nominees to lead with discernment. And then I'm going to go to Antonia Stevens. And I missed your nomination hearing, but I took the time to read your resume. And I see that you have served in the fire services for 17 years. So it says to me that you are prepared to serve. And you're also a bold leader because you received 2 bronze medals. And you served in the military for 20 plus years. So you are prepared to serve. I'm going to also ask you to lead with discernment. And Judge Harold Willocks is no stranger to me.
30 seconds.
He is, in fact, a Morganite. So I left him for last because back in the day, everybody that went to college from the U.S. Virgin Islands went to Morgan State University. And I happen to be one of them. But outside of that, though, I have watched Judge Willocks over the years. And I recalled when I served as Senate President, we attended a meeting in Texas, Austin, Texas. And he is very, very passionate about the mental health issues that we have in the Virgin Islands. And there were times that, can I wrap up? There were times that he became very frustrated because things were not moving along fast enough. So I know that he will serve us well. And, you know, we're going to miss him on that lower court, but I know he'll serve us well. And I'm going to ask you also to lead with discernment. And all the other nominees, there's one that I do have a concern with. I asked the Rules Committee Chair to look into it, please. That's the nominees that's up for the Water and Power Authority. And I will make my decision with regards to that because I see a potential conflict. I will make my decision with regards to that at the appropriate time. But I am definitely looking forward to these nominees that's before us. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred-Gregory. Next, we'll go to Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I rise in full support of all of the nominees in Block 1. Judge Willocks, very experienced, very qualified. Antonio Stevens, definitely the right person. Maurice Mawai, Mayanne Conwell, Dr. Nathaniel Olive, and Carlos Roberts. All of them give my vote, Papa. I want to discuss the Department of Human Services. A department that employs more than 630 employees and serves around 28,000 residents in our community. It includes the Medicaid, SNAP, daycare. And Commissioner, you know, this legislature is so impressed with you. But I want to just give you 3 areas where I think you need to concentrate on, and I'm sure you're already addressing them. And number 1 is going to be the return of the federal dollars. You know, work on that spending plan. Make sure your procurement process in compliance. And let's get rid of that third-party fiduciary finally. Also, the other 2 areas is the long-term care beds. You know, the latest census shows the VI has 18,541 people over the age of 65. What that means is we need about 3%, 556 long-term beds in the community. I know that's a hard one. I know that's a hard one, but let's work on that. And then the third one will be the border situation. You know, borders are those elderly persons who cannot provide for their care, but they have substantial needs, so they are placed in the hospitals. Last count, they had about 13 of them between Wang Louis and Roy Snyder. But these borders are inappropriately placed in the hospital, which is not the best place for them. They need 24-hour care. You know, the hospital is very important, very costly to have a border. And of course, that contributes to what they call the uncompensated care burden that the territory faces. So again, thank you very much, and I am definitely voting in favor of all the nominations, and congratulations to all. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll go to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of the nominations before us today. As mentioned, these nominations were vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which is Rules and Judiciary, but I just wanted to weigh in on some of these nominees before us today. I've had the opportunity to work in a department that you can't legislate compassion, but there are a lot of individuals in that department that care. And to have someone like Earle George to lead this department, to be fair and to look outside of the box at all of the issues. And I've told her, you're going to have to make tough decisions that may not be favorable to some, but to be fair and to listen to your employees, and you'll do good. Judge Willocks, you have offered and always showed a proper judicial temperament. I think you'll do great for this job. You've always exhibit open-mindedness on a personal level and in the judicial branch. So I look forward to voting for you. May Conwell, Dr. Olive, and Mr. Robles, I ask that don't forget the work that you have signed up to do on these boards and these commissions. Not that you're going to do this, but I've seen where individuals personalize some of these boards and commission like it's their own. Do what you were asked to do, and please be strategic and serve with integrity. My brother, Antonio Stevens, I am happy that the governor sent your name.
30 seconds.
You offer a wealth of experience, serve with integrity, listen to your captains, everybody from the bottom go up, because they want someone who's going to be fair and to hear them. So I rise in support of all of these nominations before us today, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next, we go to the Majority Leader, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good morning to all. I want to commend and congratulate all the nominees in this block, and thank you for your continued service to our community, but especially to the Justice nominee, Willocks. I heard earlier one of my colleagues saying they don't know why you're here. I would say you had better be here. And to Commissioner nominee George and Director nominee Stevens, you know, it's about your journey and your destination. And I see true leadership in all of you. And I would say continue to lead from the front. Your hard work and love for your community is what's before you here today and the reason why you're here. But especially to Commissioner nominee George and Director nominee Stevens, I want you to continue the TLC in your department. Teach, learn, and commend. However, don't hesitate to make the necessary corrections when there is a need. And that should be swift, so that we can continue the proper services to the people of this territory. We are all public servants, and we have to remember
30 seconds.
when we get to work, who we came to work for. All right? We're not doing anyone a favor. So as much as I'm saying continue the TLC, I'm saying to you, be swift to make the necessary corrections when there's a need. You all are really true inspiration, and I look forward to voting in the affirmative for your nominations here today, and wish you well. All your staff members, family members, and whatnot who are here, I ask that you continue to pray for them, you continue to have their backs, because the higher you go, the lonelier it gets. All right? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. At the appropriate time, I will vote in the affirmative for these nominees.
Thank you very much, Senator Majority Leader, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of these nominees. These nominees were properly vetted within the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, which I'm a member of. I'm going to start with the 2 nominees for the Virgin Islands Conservation District, Carlos Robles for the St. Thomas District and Dr. Nathaniel Olive for the Virgin Islands Conservation District in St. Croix. These 2 gentlemen are very convincingly indicated their strong commitment to conservation and preservation of our natural resources, as well as the looking ahead to assure that we have a level of sustainability regarding agriculture. So I'm in support of them. May Adam Cornwall, what can you say about this great lady who was a major conservationist herself and also an engineer by profession, who led the Waste Management Authority? I'm so happy that she is coming back into the midst and offering services to us as people of the Virgin Islands. As a member of the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management for the St. Croix District, that lady has a great understanding of what is needed to conserve and preserve our natural resources. Then I'll move to Mr. Maurice K. Moore. That, even though his name sounds a bit foreign, he's a child of this soil. He is an engineer, and we passed a bill here which allows individuals who reside, our homegrown, who have the intellect and that level of experience as well as education to come back and serve us on a board that is needed. So he has that. He has an electrical engineering background. I know, based on what he represented, that he is going to have the time to put in to address that issue we have at WAPA relative to high cost of our rates of consumption of our electrical consumption. Then we have Mr. Antonio O. Stevens. This gentleman worked his way through the department, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, and I'm sure that he is going to do great. I understand his biggest challenge right now is the paramedics and getting an increase to get more paramedics on board, and so we will have to work with him on that, as well as the structures that they have to fix after the hurricane. Avril George, that lady is a woman after my own heart. I saw her, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up. I saw her battling for battle of the agencies, and she was right there riding the bicycle, and she beat her competitor by a long shot. And finally, so I know that lady has a lot of heart. And then finally, the good judge. I voting for you, and I voted for you in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary because you stood for justice then, and I know you stand for justice even now. And so I will be voting in the affirmative for all of these all of these nominees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I don't know why you had to go there, because I had Bengay all weekend from getting on that tricycle. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 3 minutes on the clock for me, please. I, too, want to join my colleagues in really just, first of all, commending the governor's nominees. I think that he made some excellent choice in the individuals that he has sent down for us to consider. Harold W. L. Willocks, Esquire, of course, he has served almost 14 years over at the Superior Court and now moving for another 10-year appointment to the Supreme Court. I believe that is a right fit for him, and he will certainly do well in that capacity over at the Supreme Court as a justice. when we talk about someone that's very a strong advocate for behavioral health. He was very instrumental in providing us with the work that was done and supporting the work over the years in regards to, the comprehensive behavioral health. And if nothing else, I would love for us to really be able to make him proud of what we create at the legislature and the executive branch in being able to move this behavioral health issue in our community forward after the work that has been put in by Judge Willocks as well as Attorney Pontine. I want to say that Earle George, again, the governor's nominee to head Department of Human Services. Public service is not easy. And certainly, I just want you to be able to, when we talk about being a sister, this is an individual that I've grown up with over the years. I know of her compassion, but as quick as she could be compassionate, she could be firm. And, that firmness is really to ensure that she's carrying out the duties and responsibilities of her office. I want you to take time out for yourself. I want to take time out spiritually and take care of your health. I know how hard you could go, when you go and these responsibility, and it's important that you're able to survive the longevity of this role and responsibility. We have a whole lot of work for you. Moving along, you have an awesome responsibility because you're dealing from the cradle to the grave. And, you have a lot of work cut out for you. And you're always under public scrutiny over at Human Services, rightfully so. So, again, take time out and make sure that you're pacing yourself while doing this. Surround yourself with good people and task them with the responsibility to get the job done. You can't do this all by yourself. Failure is not an option. So we're all here rooting for you, and we will be nothing but a phone call away. Certainly, Mr. Antonio Stevens, nominee for the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services. He's been there for a number of years. I know that he'll continue to put his best effort forward, work along with your firemen on both sides, both the prevention as well as the other side, those that have the awesome responsibility to respond to calls for service. Our fire department is relying on us to be supportive of them. They, again, when everyone else is running out of danger, they're running into danger to save lives, save infrastructure on our behalf. So, we intend to really support them and their endeavors there. We continue to miss Earle George, but nonetheless, we believe that he has left competent individual behind to continue to carry on the mantles there. The other nominees before us, certainly Mr. Maurice Mouye, May Conwell, Dr. Olive, Olive, as well as Carlos Robles. Those are good choices that the governor has sent down as well, and I too support those individuals. At this time, Madam Clerk, I think that we have exhausted this first block, and we could call them up individually for a vote at this time. After the conclusion of this, we'd allow for those that's here, each of the nominees, starting off with Judge Willocks, George, and then Antonio Steve, to be able to come into the well and just address us real briefly. Madam Clerk, please call up the first item in block number 1 for a vote.
Harold W. L. Willocks, Esquire, nominee, Justice, Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Harold W. L. Willocks.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Angel L. Borges Jr. Yeah. Senator Borges Jr., yeah. Senator Diane Capard. Yes. Senator Capard, yeah. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yeah. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yeah. Senator Fonseca, yeah. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yeah. Senator Francis Jr., yeah. Senator Alma Francis Halliga. Yeah. Senator Halliga, yeah. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yeah. Senator Fred Gregory, yeah. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittin, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 absent.
Double check your tally, please.
11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you. The governor's nominee, Harold W.L. Willox, Esquire, a nominee to become a justice of the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and the governor will be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations. Madam Clerk, please call up the next nominee.
Earle George, Commissioner nominee, Department of Human Services.
Roll call, and Earle George, Commissioner nominee of the Department of Human Services.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane Key Capard. Senator Capard, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter absent. Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The governor's nominee, Earle George, to become the Commissioner of the Department of Human Services have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'll be sent to the governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations. Madam Clerk, please call up the next nominee.
Antonio O. Stevens, nominee, Director of Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services.
Roll call, and Antonio O. Stevens.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden absent. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez absent. Senator Diane Key Capard. Senator Capard, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, we have 10 yeas, 5 absent.
Please record Senator Bulka's vote as yea. Tally.
Mr. President, we have 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Mr. Antonio O. Stevens, the Governor's nominee for Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services, have been approved and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next nominee.
Maurice K. Mouet, nominee, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors.
Roll call on Maurice K. Moe.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bogues Jr. Senator Bogues Jr., yea. Senator Diane K. T. Capard. Senator Capard, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr.
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Yes. Senator Francis Heidegger, yea. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr. Yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yea, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Governor's nominee, Mr. Maurice K. Mouet, to serve on the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Board of Directors have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations. Next nominee.
May A. Cornwall, nominee, Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management, District of St. Croix.
Roll call on May A. Cornwall.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bogues Jr. Senator Bogues Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novel E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Yes. Senator Francis Heidegger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Governor's nominee, May A. Cornwell, to serve on the Virgin Islands Coastal Zone Management District of St. Croix, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Ms. Cornwell. Madam Clerk, please call up the next nominee.
Dr. Nathaniel Olive, non-agricultural interest nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Croix.
Roll call on Dr. Nathaniel Olive.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bouquez Jr. Senator Bouquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yay. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Yes. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Governor's nominee, non-agricultural interest nominee for the Virgin Islands Conservation District of St. Croix, Dr. Nathaniel Olive, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations, Mr. Olive. Madam Clerk, please call up the next nominee.
Carlos Robles, land occupier nominee, VI Conservation District, St. Thomas.
Roll call on Carlos Robles.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bouquez Jr. Yay. Senator Bouquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The Governor's nominee for land occupier for the Virgin Islands Conservation District of St. Thomas, Mr. Carlos Robles, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Congratulations. That rounds out block number 1. At this time, we'll call up the Honorable Judge Harold W.L. Willocks. Please come forward. Sergeant at Arms, please have the portable mic available for Judge Willocks. Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Senate President Francis, excuse me. First, I'd like to, of course, start with the good Lord and thank him for all that he has done for me. I'd then like to thank my wife, my family, friends, supporters. I'd like to thank the governor for his confidence in me, and of course, thank each one of you, the senators, for their confidence in me, and I do promise that I'll do my best to make everyone proud. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge Willocks. Judge, you can just walk, Sergeant Arms. Just. Yeah.
Follow our marshal.
Again, thank you very much, Judge Willax, for accepting the challenge. Best of luck to you in your future appointment to the Supreme Court of the Virgin Islands. Next, we will hear from the nominee of Commissioner Earle George, Human Services.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
If anybody know me, know I got paper, so I'll ask your indulgence. I would first like to thank God for all his continued blessings. Thanks, Senator Francis and the members of the 35th Legislature for your vote today to serve as the Commissioner of Department of Human Services. I would like to thank our entire DHS team, those present and those viewing. Thanks goes out to the following for their continued support. My mom, Bernadine George, who I know is watching at home. Hi, Mom. My daughters, Whitney and Khadija. My son-in-law, Dewan, and family. One of my biggest fans, Shashamani Smith. Family circle, friends, prayer warriors, my fellow cabinet members, the government house team, my former colleagues from the various agencies, private and public sector. My thanks also goes out to Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach for this opportunity and for believing in me, my knowledge, my skills, and my ability to perform this role. It is my pledge that I will work every day to fulfill the mandate of the goals of the Department of Human Services to the best of my ability. I ask for the community's patience, support, and prayers as we at the Department of Human Services continue to build the department to be stronger and smarter tomorrow than it was yesterday. Once again, I say thank you to all. I'm ready to take on this role and to continue being a servant leader. I'd like to recognize my employees of the year who is not here, Cherise Hart and Erickson Brown. Congratulations. And I'll ask my DHS team to stand. And as we always say, DHS on the rise. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Thank you. Sergeant Arms, if you'll just take the commissioner nominee around. Thank you very much. And that's Commissioner nominee Earle George, Department of Human Services. Next, we'll hear from the Governor's nominee Antonio O. Stevens for Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. Sergeant at Arms, please provide a mic.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say all praises be to God, our Creator, who has sustained me throughout this entire process, throughout my career, throughout my life. Without Him, I wouldn't be here today, at least not in this capacity. So I want to say thank God. I'd like to thank Governor Albert Brand and Tregenza Roach, Esquire, for their vote of confidence in me. I look forward to doing the work that they have asked me to do. I'd like to thank the legislature, this body, for voting for me. I had the opportunity to sit and speak to a number of you, and I thank you for voicing your concerns, and I plan to adhere to the lessons, to your recommendations, and to take heed in some of the things that was said to me. Again, I look forward to working collaboratively with you. I'd like to thank the men and women of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Service, to whom I owe. I owe them to lead them. They have expectations of the people who are in front of them, the people who are placed in these positions, and I want to live up to their expectations, and I look forward to leading them and being as supportive to them and getting them the things that they need so that they can do the best job that they could possibly do for our community. Lastly, I'd like to thank my family. I know I have a number of friends that support me throughout this process, and I'd like to thank them. There are those of you in the legislature who are also my friends, so I'd like to thank you again. Again, thank you all for your continued support and continue to pray for me. My mom. I can't forget my mom. So again, Mom, I know you're listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sergeant at Arms, if you could just take the nominee around. Once again, that's the governor's nominee, Antonio O. Stevens, Director, to be Director of the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Medical Services. At this time, I will take recess. The session stands in recess. out of recess. We just completed block number 1, which was the nominations, and now we're moving to block number 2. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Zoning. Bill number 35-0212. An act ratifying minor coastal zone permits number CZT-18-21W issued to Beach Life LLC for the continued use and occupancy of submerged lands and the installation of a 5-foot wide by 30-foot long floating dock anchored by a 4-foot wide by 24-foot long wooden walkway on the beach and seaward of Track C-1, Estate Water Island, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0213, an act granting a conditional zoning use variance for plots numbers 219 and 220, Estate Morningstar, Queens Quarter, St. Croix from R1, residential low-density zoning designation to allow for a restaurant and a bar, amphitheater, retail, a barber or beauty salon, short-term rental guest house, and event space, rental of commercial space. Bill number 35-0233, an act granting a use variance to parcels number 41, remainder estate content, and 41-C estate content, 7A Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for commercial parking. Bill number 35-0234, an act granting a zoning variance from the I-2 light industry zoning designation to revise parcel number 17-3, remainder estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a business hotel. Bill number 35-0235, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone reconfigured remainder consolidated parcel number 1-13, Estate Duno, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R4, residential medium density, to B3, business scattered. This concludes this block. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Just before we go to Senator Francis Heiliger, on the previous block, when we identified Dr. Nathaniel Olive, is actually for agriculture interest nominee. I think the agenda had indicated non-agriculture, but in fact it is agriculture. So I just want the record to reflect land occupier nominee. All right. At this time, Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to the staff. I rise in support of some of these pieces of some of these bills. I had an opportunity to listen and hear what many of them needed. We discussed in regards to the boat ramp. We had conversations in regards to dealing with some of these rezonings, also making amendments for the considerations for dealing with the shifting from R4, I believe, to business scattered. I am in support of anything that will allow us to really advance the territory in any way, minus personal gain. Outside of that, as it relates to 35-0213, I see the bill is here before us again, and there was some major concerns with that piece of legislation because the area is considered home where people go and relax and have their own serenity, and they want to put in an area where people live, amphitheaters, barbershops, a list of things that I personally don't think should be in an area where people work hard and go home to relax and have to deal with that. But I was told an amendment is coming forward, and I'm a fair individual. So I will listen to the amendment and see what kind of changes we'll make to this bill. But as of now, in its current stance, I do not support it because I think when people purchase property, they should be able to have a peace of mind when nighttime comes. One or two owners in the area were very concerned about the noise and their grandchildren being able to rest, to go to school, And hopefully the amendment will clean up some of the things that were major concerns for the neighbors in this area. And we will see what happens after that. So thank you very much for the time. And I will vote once I see the amendment for this particular piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis Heiliger. Next, we come to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. At the appropriate time, I will be voting for all of these measures. As it relates to bill number 350213, I went and visit the site, spoke to the individual, asked him to make sure that he have some dialogue with his neighbors who had some differences of opinion. And I've been seeing that they did have that discussion. I really appreciate that both of them came to understanding. At the appropriate time, I definitely will support this measure. I really got a good tour of the site, saw where he's going to put all the different bed and breakfast and proposal that he has. I walked the hill. I kind of understand what the neighbor was speaking about. But when I saw the other section, I was in much support of it. I'm so pleased that the two neighbors could come together and come to understanding. I saw the measures, the amendment for it, and I sure hope that he comply with the amendment and the agreement him and his neighbor have. Bill number 350212, the floating dock on Water Island is needed for security purposes. When you go there and you look at the swim zone, if the boats them continue coming in that swim zone area and don't have a proper dock in sight, it could be very dangerous for a lot of folks over there. So I definitely support of that. Bill number 350233, commercial parking. You always need parking in St. Thomas, so I definitely approve of that and hope that it will work out in the best interest for all. And bill number 350234, anytime it comes to a hotel in any of the island, I'm always in support to make sure that we have more rooms. As we want to compete in this tourism industry, we definitely have to make sure we find ways to bring in hotel, because the ones them that stay overnight is the one that really spends money. They have to eat, they have to wash, they have to buy the supplies. A lot more money will be spent on the island. And bill number 350235, definitely in support in that mixed density so that we could have business and some residential. At the appropriate time, I will be voting for all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 measures. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll come to Senator Carrion. Samuel Carrion, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most, if not all, the measures here on Block 2. There's 5 measures in this block in regards to Bill number 35-0212. All these measures, I should say, each one of these bills, we had the opportunity to vet them within the committee. We were able to ask questions, get clarification if we had any inquiry or any concern. None of these, for except one, had opposition, but all the others were favorable. And recommendations were given by the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. So there's no major issue other with bill number 35-0213, where there were some concerns by some of the neighbors in the area. But I am to understand that the petitioner had some meetings with the neighbors, and the issues have been resolved and they have arrived to some sort of agreement. So I'm also waiting to see the amendment with regards to 35-0213. So with 35-0212, this is in the Water Island area to improve that area there with a floating dock. We were able to hear testimony, understand the importance of it.
30 seconds.
Bill 35-033233, commercial space. This has been already been used as a commercial parking, but now it's coming into compliance with 35-023234. I'm in favor of having a hotel in the area, so the variance fits perfectly for what the petitioner wants to do. So I'm in support of all these measures, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next will come Senator Giovanni James Sr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of every single one of these bills before us. These were heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, in which I'm a member of. I'm just so happy to see Bill number 35-0213 back on the agenda. It shows that if you work hard and you negotiate and you get certain things out of the way, it can happen. And I'm speaking about the zoning use variance for plots number 219 and 220 Estate Morningstar, Queen Quarter, St. Croix from R1. Zoning designation to allow for a restaurant and bar, and the list goes on. So to former Commissioner Positive T.A. Nelson, please do what you have to do. Nobody's, going after you. We just want to make sure that residents living within that area can be able to enjoy the area. You know I stand in full support of you. But like I said, I'm happy to see this bill back on the agenda. As far as the others, I will vote in affirmative. And thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. And next we'll hear from Senator at Large, Angel Bolquez Jr. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block, starting with 35-0212 for a minor coastal zone permit for Beach Life LLC to responsibly utilize submerged lands and introduce a modest floating dock and, of course, a wooden walkway in addition to preserve the natural allure of Water Island. As for Bill 35-0213, as we've been saying, there is an amendment in place, and the amendment resolves the concerns raised from the prior hearing of this bill on December 19th, and both parties met with the Senate President's office in his capacity as the chair of the Committee of the Whole last week, and this amendment resolves the concessions made to move this bill forward. And of course, this is a promising measure in a sense of being able to lay down the groundwork for a dynamic gathering place for people to celebrate culture, vitality, and of course, bring unity to the community. As for Bill 35-0233, by allowing a commercial parking space to designated parcels, we're effectively easing congestion and improving the flow of daily life. And Bill number 35-0234, variance for a business hotel in St. Thomas. It demonstrates a prospective, responsible way of supporting hospitality and economic stability here in this district. And of course, lastly, 35-0235, amending the zone map, facilitating a broader spectrum of commercial activity in the area. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez Jr. Next we'll come to Senator Donna Frank Gregory. You're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I rise in support of all of these measures in this particular block. I find that these measures are important to our economic development in the territory. I'm not going to, belabor what all my colleagues have already said. I am in support of these measures. The bill number 35-0213 initially created some challenges for us, and based on the information that I received last evening, the two entities have come to a resolve on this. So I am more than happy to resolve this, or to vote on this measure in the affirmative due to the resolve of the concerns. But I must say that I am very delighted with the items in this particular block, because it is important for us to ensure that we are positioning ourselves to improve our tax base, to improve our economics in the Virgin Islands. Because once we work on our budgets and the budgets in the territory, it's important that we see the revenues coming in And these bills in this particular block will support opportunities for Virgin Islanders and support revenues coming into the territory. So I'm always all for economic development once it does not create any challenges for our citizenry. So, Mr. President, thank you for the time, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gregory. And next we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I'm in support of most of these items here in Block 2. Bill 35021 the floating dock, over the submerged landing Water Island. I know that's in an area where people used to swim, and that floating dock, I ain't satisfied. I think that thing ain't gonna float away after a storm, so we'll see. Bill 35013 in St. Croix, that's a no-brainer. We have to move forward with that. 350233, discount car rental. This is expansion of that parking. This is up there by the old mill. You go down the road there where the taxi association is, right on the other side of the road. This is a good business in the community, and it's a growing business, and it's a good sign to see that in the VI businesses are growing, etc., etc. And several of these bills meet that criteria. 350234, this is another one. This is a business hotel, and it's going to bring in some additional government of the Virgin Islands revenue. But I want to point out something very, very interesting, because this area has historical value. You see, this area used to be a submarine dock. The submarine, them used to come up and they used to repair them. So even though this is outside the historical district, it's still being preserved. And this is why preserving those things of historical value is important. There's a difference between historical and old. We confusing historical for old. If it's old and it don't have no value and there's no significance, nothing important have there, it's not historical, it's old. But anyway, this will be restored, and that's a good sign. That hotel is great. Finally, 350235. This is a large tract of land. It's out there behind Cassiules.
Time.
It's my only concern with this is that I'm not sure that they have the financing in place to progress this. They weren't able to predict a construction completion time. So at the appropriate time, I will vote accordingly. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next will come to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bills before us today in Block 2. Bill number 35-0212. To me, this has no environmental concerns. It's a floating dock that actually helps with safety issues. So I don't see a problem in the installation of this floating dock. Bill number 350213. This was held in committee, talked about, vetted, and addressed some of the concerns. I look forward to seeing what amendments this bill has. Bill number, I just have to say, the other bills, they offer the availability of more parking, economic development, and I rise in support, and I'm ready to vote, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Next we come to the Majority Leader, Senator Gittins. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, as you all know, I don't believe that zoning has any business here in the legislature. However, while it's here, we have to do exactly what we have to do until we could address this. That said, I am poised to support most of the bills in this block. However, I do have concerns with Bill number 35-0213 being back on today's session agenda without having a proper and in-depth discussion. This seeks to change the character of a residential neighborhood on St. Croix, and I believe that we need to have a follow-up hearing to ensure that we hear from all parties
30
involved
seconds.
to ensure that the concerns are in fact addressed and resolved. So at the appropriate time, I will vote on each of these measures within this block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Next, we'll come to Senator Carla J. Joseph. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of most of these measures that we will be voting on in this block. I sat within the Committee of the Whole, but I did my homework and I went to visit each of the site with one exception, and that's the floating dock at Water Island. I have no issue with that floating dock. I understand that they are going to put in this dock so it could be accessible to persons who want to enjoy Honeymoon Beach on Water Island. So I have no major issue with that. And that is Bill number 35-0212. I also have no issue with Bill number 35-0233 in estate content because the owner is coming into compliance. And in fact, most of the residents there were in support of this. It's just to add additional parking for discount car rental for their inventory that they have. And I want to note that even though it's a variance to allow that, they can still build homes. I know that was a question because it was a variance and now we're changing it. No, the variance allows still for you to have the parking as well as to build housing there. Then Bill number 35-0234. This is a really major rezoning variance because it allows a blighted area in Subbase at Niski Center to now be renewed, revitalized, and become economically feasible for the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Hamid, they already have a lease with the government of the Virgin Islands for this property. And Bill number 35-0235, I'm in support of that. The gentleman there in Dunu, he indicated he owns Impact Construction. That's a construction man who building all kind of things here in the Virgin Islands. And he wants to start out with his commercial. They're putting together the finances, and I know it's going to happen. I do have some concerns regarding Bill number 35-0213 because I think we have to look at it on a broad aspect that rather than just today, but I would like to see the amendment that's going to be offered. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. If the Madam Timekeeper could put 2 minutes on the clock for me. I stand in support of all of the measures in this block number 2. And specifically when we look at the floating dock, well, all of these measures certainly was vetted in the Committee of the Whole and had received our blessing because, again, it adds to our tax roll, income, economic development, as well as employment opportunities there, additional construction, and certainly add to our gross receipt taxes, corporate taxes, and everything else that helps us to drive our revenues up. I want to say that in respect to Bill number 35-0213, that matter was heard in the Committee of a Whole as well. There was a discussion. However, after the Committee of the Whole, the neighbor did write a letter of concern before we went in, the day before we went into session, and as a result of that, there was some consideration made to have the measure removed from the session agenda and remain in the committee of the whole for further discussion. Since then, I've had the opportunity to meet with both the petitioner as well as the neighbor, and there was some concessions made, relative to some of the recommendations that were made by DPNR at the time. So I'm not sure why a whole new hearing would be necessary in this stead, when in fact a letter was the one that caused us to remove the matter at the time, so that we could be able to have both parties come together and have the discussion. We have allowed that to occur, and there is an organic cooperation between those individuals, and there's a modification based on time and everything else to meet some of those discussions that was made at the time. This is all enforcement. We talk about noise pollution and everything else. If there's any situation that requires the police department to respond, then certainly there's still regulatory responsibility that rests on the executive branch to make sure that any such complaints will be investigated and thoroughly taken care of. So I'm not sure what additional hearing would have done, and certainly to address the issue, I took the opportunity to meet with both sides and give them an opportunity to work these issues out. They're the neighbors. They have to live among themselves. We have to be our neighbor's keeper. And, certainly I believe that there was good synergy during that discussion with both parties. So that's why the matter has now been brought before us, so a decision can be made. Until such time we're able to go for another session. This is what we have before us, and an amendment will be offered. At this time, this rounds out this particular block, and we'll take a quick 2 minutes recess, and then we'll come back and vote on these measures. Committee of session stands at recess for 2 minutes. And we are out of recess at this time and back on record. Madam Clerk, can you call up the items in block number 2 for a vote at this time?
Bill number 35, that's 0212, an act ratifying minor coastal zone permit number CZT-18-21W issued to Beach Life LLC for the continued use and occupancy of submerged lands and the installation of a 5-foot wide by 30-foot long floating dock anchored by a 4-foot wide by 24-foot long wooden walkway on the beach and seaward of Track C-1 Estate, Water Island, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0212.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 4 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0212, an act ratifying minor coastal zone permit number CZT-18-21W issued to Beach Life LLC for the continued use and occupancy of submerged land and the installation of a 5-foot wide by 30-foot long floating dock anchored by a 4-foot wide by 20-foot long wooden walkway on the beach and the seaward of Track C1 Estate, Water Island, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0213, an act granting a conditional zoning use variance for plots number 219 and 220 Estate Morning Star, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from the R1 residential low density zoning designation to allow for a restaurant and a bar, amphitheater, retail, a barber or beauty salon, short-term rental, guest house, and event space rental of commercial space.
Amendment. Senator Boquez, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to offer amendment number 35-735 to Bill number 35-0213, which reads as follows. Section 1, line 12 is amended by striking 2 a.m. and inserting 1 a.m. And to technical amendment, strike amphitheater in section 1, line 5, and the short title of the bill. I so move.
Second.
Motion properly made by Senator Boquez, seconded by Senator James and Senator Javon James Sr. and Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, roll call on bill number 35-0213 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.
Yay.
Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 4 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0213, an act granting a conditional zone use variance for plots number 219 and 220 Estate Morning Star, Queen Quarter, St. Croix, from R1 residential low-density zoning designation to allow for a bar and restaurant, amphitheater, retail, barber or beauty, salon, short-term rental, guest house, and event space rental and rental of commercial space as amended has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0233, an act granting a use variance to parcels number 41, remainder estate content, and 41C estate content, 7A Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for commercial parking.
Roll call on bill number 35-0233.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, absent. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 10 yeas.
Please record Senator Gittins' vote as yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, yay. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0233, an act granting a use variance for parcels number 41, remainder estate content, and 41C estate content, 7A Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for commercial parking has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Bill number 35-0234, an act granting a zoning variance from the I-2 light industry zoning designation to revise parcel number 17-3, remainder estate Niski, number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a business hotel.
Roll call on bill number 35-0234.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart.
Yes.
Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0234, an act granting a zoning variance from the I-1 light industry zoning designation to revise parcel number 17-3, remainder estate Niski, to 6 Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to allow for a business hotel have been approved by members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'll be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0235, an act amending official zoning map number STZ-7 to rezone reconfigure remainder consolidated parcels number 1-13 Estate Duno, numbers 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0235.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yeah.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0235, an act amending official zoning map STZ-5 to rezone, reconfigure remainder consolidated parcel number 1-13 Estate Dunu, number 2A, New Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, from R4 residential medium density to B3 business scattered have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'll be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. That completes block number 2. Colleagues, will take a lunch break and resume at 2:20. Session stands at recess at this time.
Productions. of man. Mr. Earle.
Oh, say can
Good afternoon. We're out of recess and back on record. At this time, before we go to block number 3, before I go to the Madam Clerk to call up items in block number 3, Senator Majority Leader, Senator Gittens, before we go to the motion, Madam Clerk, please also record the presence of the Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. And good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. And at this time, Senator Gittens, you recognize for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35, that's 0207, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry be the bill that we will use to allow for non-germane amendments. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens. Correction?
I need to make a correction.
You recognize.
Amend that.
You
Thank
recognize.
you. I withdraw that motion.
Restate.
Again, Mr. President and colleagues, I move that Bill number 35, that's 0207, be placed as the last item on today's agenda and will be used to allow for non-germane amendments. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittens, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Joseph, hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator Fred Gregory, recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move pursuant to Rule 402 to assign BR number 24-1069, a bill number, and to waive the rules, waive rules 403, 404, and 45, 403, 404, and 405, and 509B of the rules of the 34th Legislature to special order 35th Legislature to special order BR 24-1069 to today's agenda pursuant to Rule 509A to be considered in block as the last item in block number 4. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Legal Counsel, can you assign a bill number to this BR 24-1069?
Mr. President, the next bill number is 35-0247.
0247. 0247. Thank you. Motion, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR number 230085, a resolution petitioning the United States Congress to amend the revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands to authorize the people of the Virgin Islands to elect an Attorney General of the Virgin Islands to the session, and it be given a bill number pursuant to Rule 509A to be sent to the Committee on Jurisdiction. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Francis Heidegger, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, Madam Counsel, next bill number.
Mr. President, the next bill number is 35-0248.
Very well, and then this bill, bill number 35-0248, formerly BR number 23-0085, will be assigned to the Committee of Jurisdiction, which will be Homeland Security, Public Safety, and Justice. Motion, Senator Capehart.
I move pursuant to Rule 402 to assign 402 to assign BR 24-1057, a bill number, and to waive Rules 403, 403, 404, and 405, and 509B of the Rules of the 35th Legislature to Special Order BR 241057 to today's agenda pursuant to Rule 509A to be considered in the fourth block of bills for consideration. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Capehart, seconded by Senator Blyden, Senator Fonseca. Madam Legal Counsel, next bill number.
The next bill number is 35-0249.
0249, and this will be assigned to the Block 4. And again, that's Bill 35-0249, and will be assigned to Block 4. And for the benefit of those listening, Bill number 35-0249 is an act authorizing and reprogramming of the remaining unused proceeds of Series 2016 Emergency First Responders Line of Credit totaling $114,952.21, issued pursuant to Act number 7866 as amended by Act number 7876 to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department in offsetting costs associated with hosting the June 2024 National Alliance of State Drug Enforcement Agencies International Symposium. The other measure, bill number 35-0248, which has been assigned to the Committee of Jurisdiction, is a resolution petitioning the United States Congress to amend the revised Organic Act of the Virgin Islands to authorize the people of the Virgin Islands to elect the Attorney General of the Virgin Islands. And bill number 35-0247 is a resolution requiring the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission to file an official complaint on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands against Liberty Latin America, Liberty Mobile USVI, and Liberty Mobile Puerto Rico with the Federal Communications Commission. And that's been assigned to today's agenda and block number 4. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up all of the items in block number 3.
Block 3, consideration of leases and resolution. Bill number 35-0077, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and St. Thomas Rescue, Inc., parcel number 146, revised submarine base number 6, Southwest Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building on approximately 0.1899 U.S. acres of improved land, more or less Zone P, for the purpose of operating a long-term headquarters for all rescue-related activities of the leasee and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0211, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and James O. Gaston for plot number 9-G, VI Corp. lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 653,400 U.S. square feet, or 15 U.S. acres of unimproved land, more or less as shown on drawing number A9-5-C008, to be used for crop production and rearing small livestock. Bill number 35-0225, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Center for Architecture, Crafts, and Build Heritage, St. Croix, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Build Heritage and Crafts, for plot number 8, Church Street, and plots number 21, 22, and 23, Hospital Street, Christiansted Town, Company Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story masonry buildings to be used for the common good, welfare, and education of the people of the Virgin Islands on heritage and cultural legacy, and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings, consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet, or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. for parcel number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, submarine base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0116, a resolution honoring and commending Honorary Brigadier General Leal Gerard Galabert for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard and his dedication to his country and to the people of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of block number 3, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we do have 6 items in this particular block. Bill 35-0077, Bill 35-0211, Bill number 35-0225, Bill number 35-0245, Bill number 35-0246, and Bill number 35-0116. At this time, Senator Alma Francis Hediga, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the staff. I rise in support of all the pieces of legislation before me today. I had an opportunity, whether it was participating in committee hearings or listening during our committee of the whole as it relates to these pieces of legislation. I understand the need for quite several pieces of them. We understand the need to make adjustments for businesses to expand. We understand the need for economic growth in the territory. And all of these pieces of legislation played either a key role in making sure that some of these things are accomplished. As it relates to Brigadier Galabert, I thought it was very poignant in bringing forward this and honoring him for all the hard work that he has done throughout the years as a member of the National Guard. And I am one of those individuals that believe that we should honor Virgin Islanders when we have an opportunity. We hear too often that we do not have enough of VI history, but there are many people in this territory that we should be very proud of, that has a strong sense of Virgin Islands pride, and has done so much for this community. And as we continue to make these resolutions, there's nothing stopping us from utilizing this information to make sure our history is known and preserved, because each one of these individuals have contributed to the history of this Virgin Islands. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Hediga. Next, we'll go to Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all these measures in this block. I'm very much in support of Bill number 35-0245, where we're going to at least do some use to that lagoon complex that's sitting there, which will stir some kind of economic development and some funds going into the town of Frederiksted and try to bring it back to life again. Definitely appreciated of that. Bill number 35-0211, when we talk about livestock, something we definitely need to pay attention to. It's been dying in this territory. Most of the farmers are crop farmers, and the island of St. Croix, we should definitely continue putting attention to our livestock. When you talk about our food supply, there may become a day where ships don't reach here, and if we have this livestock upgrading and bringing it back to life, we should be in good shape. We'll be able to send some cattle and beef across to the small islands that doesn't have a lot of livestock development. Not the pig then, just the livestock, the cattle. But at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting it. And we talk about Galabert, Brigadier General, someone who served this territory, served it well. Definitely in support of this resolution. The appropriate time, I'll be supporting all measures on this block, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll hear from Senator Samuel Carrion. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the measures in Block 3. These measures were all vetted in its committee of jurisdiction. We had an opportunity to ask questions from the petitioner, testifiers, or get clarity from the bill sponsor. Like my colleagues have stated previously, these are bills that stimulate economic movement within the territory. Also, when it comes to the area of agriculture, we have one that also is extending that lease. We know how badly we need to ensure that we do our own food production here in the territory, so this is great. I'm also very excited about Bill number 350225, which is allowing the Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Building Heritage and Craft the lease that they need to begin the first phase of the restoration of that historic building in Christiansted and plot 8 and plot 8 of Church Street and plot number 21, 22, and 23 of Hospital Street. Also, the lease between the Government of Virgin Islands and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. I'm looking forward to seeing that whole area there known as the Lagoon Street Complex restore, what's the word, renewed, right, and have it there, sorry, yes, that's the word I'm looking for. And also the bill, resolution honoring Brigadier General Gerard Gallagher for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard. So it's always great when we can recognize our own people and be able to honor them and commend them for the work they have done, and also continue their legacy by naming something on their behalf or having a resolution so that it could go down in history in our archives as being honored. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next, we'll hear from Senator Javon E. James, Sr. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of my colleagues spoke about small islands, but don't know about the size, about the economy. And these bills today definitely speaks to our economy and making sure that we can bring in revenues to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands as far as the government coffers. The most important one I would like to highlight, of course, is the one for St. Thomas Rescue. They're finally going to get a headquarters for all the rescue-related activities, so that's good. I remember that discussion. I don't really like the fact that we be renting out to all these big people in the private sector. You know, we have a lot of government property, why not utilize it? So that was very smart. And that is Bill number 35.0077 for St. Thomas Rescue. Bill number 35.0211, I stand in full support of that. And that's for James Augustin for plot number 9G VI Corp lands. And we repeat, VI Corp lands, which was intended for agricultural usage. So we're not reinventing the wheel here. And I'm happy to know that they will have crop production and they will have small livestock there. And I plan to visit there to make sure that this project comes into fruition, because even though it's in the district of St. Croix, like my good senator from the district of, from Frederickstead said that anything can be shipped. And that is why we have all these ferries, fly the whale and what have you, so we can have some commerce going on between the both islands. As far as bill number 35.0245, it speaks to a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and the Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex. That is our old home. For those who walk those halls, I'm happy to know that
1 minute.
It will be used. That's the old legislature building, if I'm not mistaken, yes? So I'm happy to know that they're going to utilize it, and the people of Frederickstead, because I remember when the legislature moved, some people were a little upset. So at least with this now, it brings some level of commerce and interaction with the businesses and some cash flow into Frederickstead. So I'm happy for that, right, Frederickstead, Senator? Yeah. All right. And bill number
30 seconds.
0225. I repeat, bill number 35.0225, which speaks to a multi-year lease, and it goes to the Virgin Islands Center for Architecture, Crafts, and Build Heritage on St. Croix. I want to see this project come into fruition. I remember under the MAP administration, I think some of those conversations began, and I'm happy to know that they're moving forward with that project, because we definitely need to have a study as we speak about abandoned properties and the derelict properties in the Virgin Islands to make sure that we restore those based on some of the things that will be taught once this comes into fruition. But my time was called. Mr. President, thank you for the time, and I will vote in affirmative for the remaining bills as well.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. And next we'll go to Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator at large, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the leases in this block, starting with Bill number 35-0077, which provides St. Thomas Rescue with a dedicated facility, further enhancing their efficiency and rescue operations. Bill number 35-0211, which also encourages our sustainable agriculture on the island of St. Croix, further bolstering our local food production and security. And of course, this is an investment for our local farmers. As for Bill number 35-0225, with the VI Architecture, Crafts, and Build Heritage Crafts, which aims to support our heritage and educational and cultural engagement opportunities. As for Bill number 35-0245, the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program, strengthening community and resilience by supporting disaster-related efforts. As for Bill number 35-0246, the submarine base, supporting the maritime industry in St. Thomas and encouraging economic growth and, of course, job opportunities and diversification. And as for the resolution to honor Brigadier General Leal Gerard Gallagher, Bill number 35-0116, Gallagher, I apologize, for his unparalleled dedication and leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez Jr. Next, we'll go to Senator Donna Frey Gregory. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I, too, rise in support of all of these measures that are in this particular block. But especially, of course, this block is a number of leases that went through the committee process, and all of them are really tied to economic development. And I am big on economic development because many times we hear in our community that we don't focus on economic development, and it's important that we ensure that we are generating the revenue so we could provide services to the people in our community. But most important for me is Bill number 35-0245, which allows the Housing Finance Authority to move into the plot number 4 Lagoon Street, which was a former office space or former committee room, etc., for the Virgin Islands Legislature. And of course, with the moving out of the legislature from Frederiksted, it has caused some businesses to close down. So hopefully, actually we know that once these employees move into Frederiksted, that we will see the coffee shops and the restaurants reopen in Frederiksted. I'm very much looking forward to seeing that. As we look at our grocery seats and our base, it is important that as we do our work in the institution, that these are the types of measures that we remain focused on. The resolution in honoring Lieutenant Colonel Leal Gerard Gallagher is also a very important resolution. It is important for us to recognize those that came before us and that has made major contributions to the Virgin Islands. Many times we hear that, the legislature is focused on resolutions, but it's important to remember the people, that shoulders that we stand on. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of all of these bills in this Block 3. I wanted to start off with
24,000.
Bill 350077, St. Thomas Rescue. You know, St. Thomas Rescue, these are volunteers. And it's so good to see that they're now going to be getting a long-term headquarters, you know. The only little beef I had with this is that, you know, they're being charged $100 a month. I think it was the wish of this legislature that they be charged the minimum. But anyway, it's good to see that they're going to move into a new headquarters. Bill number 350225, that's going to generate needed repairs to basically an old abandoned building in Christiansted. So that's good. Bill 35, number 0116, to honor and commend the Brigadier General Leal Gerard for his leadership in the National Guard and Services community. That is also a very good bill. Bill number 35-0246. I want to discuss that one a little bit because this is a lease to the Housing Finance Authority. Like my colleague just mentioned in Frederickstead, where the old legislature building was, they're going to lease two-story buildings to operate the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program. That's them acronym you hear all the time, the CDBGDR. So they're going to be there. This is a lot of money for this program here, but they're only going to pay $1 a month. And you know, this program have so much unspent money. I could have see where they could have charged them a little bit more than $1 a month. Maybe that'll help them expend some of all of that billions of dollars they're managing. But we ain't going to go there today. Bill number 35-0246. This is a good bill. It's going to generate revenues for the Virgin Islands. They employ approximately 20 employees. And this group, they assisted with the removal of sunken boats and thing in the harbor after the storm. So this is a good business. They're going to have to build a new office. It's down there by where the tennis court Wappa is. You know, you're going up the hill where the new concrete plant is. They call it Peace Hill. That's the name of that hill up there. You're up in that area. They're going to build a little office and a retaining wall and thing. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we'll come to Senator Diane T. Capehart. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am in support of all of these measures in Block 3. I have to say congratulations. I see it coming, a new home for the St. Thomas Rescue. I'm definitely in support of Bill 35-0077. Bill 35-0211, when I think of this legislation, I look at we're preparing for harvesting. We need to improve on our food security. So I'm in support of this. And of course, eating fresh meat is important for those who consume. Bill number 35-0225, this is a revitalization project that I'm in support of. The 35-0245, again, revitalization in the town of Frederickstead. Every bill in this block, Mr. President, I'm in support. And of course, the resolution to Gerard Galabert, who has given outstanding contributions to this community. I'm ready to vote, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Diane T. Capehart. Next, we'll come to Senator Gittins, the Majority Leader. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of
all the leases in front of us. These are some significant leases, and I look forward to, the continued revitalization, especially of our Frederiksted downtown area. And now that we have gotten to this, we also need to make sure that we get to the completion of the Parley Joseph Stadium, the completion of the Frederiksted Pool, and the completion of our Frederiksted Library. We need to get on these to get opened. And as I talk about investing in St. Croix, the morgue is still an issue on St. Croix, and an issue that's often overlooked. And it is time that we get on this as we continue to see bodies still being transported from St. Croix to St. Thomas and back, an additional burden on families that are already grieving. There's a $1 million temporary morgue sitting on the island of St. Croix that we need to get in place. And I'm imploring on and encouraging the administration to let's get this moving. Again, as families are really being put between a rock and a hard place, again, after they're already grieving. We shouldn't have these bodies being transported back and forth. So as we continue to vote on these leases, I would like to see some action and movement on our morgue and St. Croix and the other projects that I named. Thank you, and I look forward to supporting these measures at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Majority Leader. Next will Senator Gittins. Next will come to the Madam Secretary, Senator Carla J. Joseph. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise in support of the 4 leases that are in this block, as well as the resolution honoring and commending Honorary Brigadier General Lial Gerard Galabert. These measures were properly vetted in the Committee of Jurisdiction. We are looking at St. Thomas Rescue having a headquarters here in the St. Thomas, and paying the required rent of $100 a month. I have to agree with one of my colleagues. I wish it was a less amount for them because they do such exceptional work, jumping in the ocean and the waterfront here to rescue people in cars and the like, using the jaws of life to really get persons out of really dire situations. So I definitely am in support of that. I'm also in support of Bill number 35-0211, a lease that grants James O. Gaston, a VI Corp's land, the ability to use this property for crop production and rearing small livestock. Against that is going towards our ability to be self-sustaining. I'm in agreement and will be voting in the affirmative of Bill number 35-0225, which again goes towards education, welfare, and this is between the Virgin Islands government and the agriculture, the architect, crafts, and build heritage in St. Croix. And this plot of property is located in Christiansted Town. And the last lease is, of course,
1 minute.
The second to last lease is, of course, Bill number 35-0245, which is between the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and the government of the Virgin Islands for the Community Development Block Grant Disaster Relief Program to house that critical program that is part of our restoration here in the Virgin Islands and to make activity happen in Frederiksted. And I am also in agreement with the lease agreement for Pro Mars Services, Bill number 35-0246, which they will be paying annual rent of $24,000, good money to come into our coffers. And of course, honoring the last bill, 35-0246, 353-0116, which was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction and voted out unanimously. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next, we'll hear from the Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank God you get here in one piece. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. President. I write in support of all of the leases and the resolution in this block. In respect to Bill number 35-0077, it basically provides a home for the St. Thomas Rescue. We know that critical services that the rescue department provides in respect to rescue-related activities and emergencies on a regular basis. And having a home and basically having a lease for them is critical for their operations to move forward effectively and efficiently. So I definitely will be supporting that piece of legislation. Bill number 35-0211, Mr. James Augustin, that wants to have crop productions and rearing of small livestock. We know that agriculture is critical here to us here in the territory, and for anyone to get a lease and contribute in a space speaks volumes. So definitely I will be supporting Mr. Gaston and his that legislation. Bill number 35-0225 that has to do with a center for Bale heritage and crafts. We know that our culture is very important here, and we have our own identity, and we need to assure that we invest in our heritage and our culture and make way for our future generations. Bill number 35-0245. This lease agreement is very critical to us in the territory. We know we are going through a recovery phase, and this office basically will be the home that will spearhead many capital projects and assure that our community block grant dollars and our grant for disaster relief programs and other related purposes are done in terms of assuring that all of those funds are spent in accordance with federal guidelines and assure that the projects move forward, because we have many, many projects to move. We have many heavy lifting to do, and I look forward to them basically having a space to do all of that important work. Bill number 35-0246 deals with our marine industry and getting rid of derelict vessels, etc., and also deals with training of local individuals and technical jobs. So definitely, that's a pretty good, important legislation. And finally, Bill number 35-0116, in terms of honoring Brigadier General Leal Gerard Gallagher for his dedication to his country and to the people of the Virgin Islands. It is always good to honor our own people, especially for the sacrifice they have made and all the good things they have done on our behalf, on behalf of our community. Mr. President, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Madam Timekeeper, if you could put 3 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I'm in support of all of the resolution in this particular block, and when I think about the St. Croix Rescue Squad, I certainly had the opportunity to cut my teeth in the St. Croix Rescue Squad back in the days, and I can't help but to think about Chiqui Monsiclio every time I hear the word St. Thomas Rescue Squad. We trained together back in the days, both the St. Croix Rescue Squad and the St. Thomas Rescue Squad. So certainly I'm happy to see that they've finally gotten a home, someplace that they could be able to call home and not being moved from place to place to be able to have their setup. I'm happy to see that the lease agreement for the Virgin Islands Architectural Center for Built Heritage and Craft is moving forward. Again, that's in the old barracks yard, a place that's rich with history and culture. It's sandwiched between the Christiansted Fort and Gallows Bay. A whole lot of history there. I want to commend Mary Deemer and her team for their continued persistence in getting the grants and getting that going. And not to mention, that whole transformation and revitalization that's happening in the town of Christiansted, especially there on Hospital Street. You know, Peter Zilke, the work that he's doing there continue to mesmerize as you drive by that area to see that transformation that's occurring there with those restoration of those old architectural building there in the Christiansted town. So I certainly commend him, as well as we think about all the work that's being done in that particular location. The Housing Finance Authority being able to have back their facilities there at the old legislative building, where they'll be able to house their the CDBG, DR, MIT, and others in that space, and hopefully in the future they'll also have ODR there as they continue their work with the disaster recovery efforts throughout the territory. We also are happy to support the measure that recognize and commend the Honorable Brigadier General Lyle Gerard Galabert for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard. This individual was instrumental in the startup of the Virgin Islands National Guard, and fortunate for him and his family, he continued to be alive today, and we'll be able to see and receive this resolution and this recognition. So we're happy for that, and of course the Promar services that they're doing there in terms of the derelict and derelict boats, as well as the infrastructure improvement that's being done on our ocean front. We commend the Promars in this lease agreement with the government of the Virgin Islands, not to mention that they'll be bringing in additional revenues to the government coffers. So I'll be standing in support of all of the measures in this particular block. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up these measures for consideration as we have concluded the debate time on block number 3.
Bill number 35-0077, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands acting through its commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement. Yes. And St. Thomas Rescue, Inc., parcel number 146, revised submarine base number 6, Southwest Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of a one-story building on approximately 0.1899 U.S. acres of improved land, more or less Zone P, for the purpose of operating a long-term headquarters for all rescue-related activities of the leasee and for other related purposes.
Roll call on bill number 35-0077.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, we have 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0077, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and St. Thomas Rescue, Inc., parcel number 146, revised submarine base number 6, Southwest Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, consisting of one-story building on approximately 0.1899 U.S. acres of approved land, more or less Zone P, for the purpose of operating a long-term headquarters for all rescue-related activities of the leasee and for other related purposes have been approved by this body the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, the next item.
Bill number 35-0211. An act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and James O. Gaston for plot number 9-G, VI Corp Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 653,400 U.S. square feet or 15 U.S. acres of unimproved land, more or less as shown on drawing number A9-5-C008, to be used for crop production and rearing small livestock.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0211.
I got it. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Yes. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Yes. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0211, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of Property and Procurement, and James O. Gaston of plot number 9G, VI Corp Lands, Prince Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of approximately 653,400 U.S. square feet or 15 U.S. acres of unimproved land, more or less as shown on drawing number A9-5-C008, to be used for crop production and rearing small livestock, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next items on the agenda, Block 3.
Bill number 35-0225, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and Virgin Islands Center for Architecture, Crafts, and Build Heritage, St. Croix, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Build Heritage and Crafts for plot number 8 Church Street and plots number 21, 22, and 23, Hospital Street, Christiansted Town, Company Quarter, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story masonry buildings to be used for the common good, welfare, and education of the people of the Virgin Islands on heritage, cultural legacy, and for other related purposes.
Roll call on Bill 35-0225.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.
Yay.
Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Yes. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion.
Yes.
Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yay.
Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0225, an act approving the multi-year lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commission of Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Center for Architectural Crafts and Built Heritage, St. Croix, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Architecture Center for Built Heritage and Crafts for plot number 8, Church Street, and plots number 21, 22, and 23, Hospital Street, Christiansted Town Company Quarters, St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story masonry buildings to be used for the common good, welfare, and education of the people of the Virgin Islands and heritage and cultural legacy, and for other related purposes have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item and today's agenda.
Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement, and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West End Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisting of two-story buildings, consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet, or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0245.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yea. Senator Blyden? Yea. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.? Senator Boquez Jr.? Yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Giovanni James Sr.?
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yea. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0245, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through its Commissioner of the Department of Property and Procurement and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority for plot number B, Lagoon Street Complex, Frederiksted Town, West Quarter, St. Croix, Virgin Islands, consisted of two-story buildings consisting collectively of 32,604 U.S. square feet, or 0.6366 U.S. acre of improved land, more or less, for the operation of a community development block grant disaster relief program and for other related purposes have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. I'll be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call the next item.
Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1, Submarine Base number 6, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, remainder, Southside Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0246.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yeah. Senator Blyden, yea. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr.? Yeah. Senator Boquez Jr., yea. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Yes. Senator Capehart, yea. Senator Samuel Carrion? Yes. Senator Carrion, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yea. Senator Fonseca, yea. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.?
Yea.
Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yea. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0246, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Promar Services, Inc. for parcels number 149-2, 159A, and 159-1 submarine base, number 6 Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and parcel number 159, remainder Southside Quarters, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the final item in block number 3.
Bill number 35-0116, a resolution honoring and commending Honorary Brigadier General Leal Gerald Galabert for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard and his dedication to his country and to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Roll call on bill number 35-0116.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0116, a resolution honoring and commending Honorary Brigadier General Leal Gerard Galabert for his leadership in the Virgin Islands National Guard and for his dedication to his country and to the people of the Virgin Islands have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 4.
Block number 4, consideration of bills. Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis courts in her honor. Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, limited use of criminal records in hiring practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes. Bill number 35-0133, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, by adding Section 190GG, establishing a scholarship program to support individuals interested in pursuing a career in the maritime industry in the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0172, an act amending Title 29, Chapter 5, Virgin Islands Code, relating to building codes to provide for adoption of nationally recognized consensus-based codes and standards and amendments to such codes that are in the best interest of the territory, and to provide for clarification to the Virgin Islands Building Code. Bill number 35-0178, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records. Bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor. Bill number 35-0249, an act authorizing the reprogramming of the remaining unused proceeds of the Series 2016 Emergency First Responder Line of Credit totaling $114,952.21 issued pursuant to Act Number 7866 as amended by Act Number 7876 to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department in offsetting costs associated with hosting the June 2024 National Alliance of State Drug Enforcement Agencies International Symposium. Bill number 35-0247, a resolution requiring the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission to file an official complaint on behalf of the police of the Virgin Islands. An official complaint on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands against Liberty Latin America, Liberty Mobile USVI, and Liberty Mobile Puerto Rico with the Federal Communications Commission. This concludes the reading of Block 4, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a total of 9 items in this particular block, and Senator Alma Francis Halliga, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. Good afternoon to staff. I rise in support of many pieces of these legislation as it relates to 350115, often known throughout the U.S. as ban the box. This is an opportunity when it comes to people that have been convicted of crimes once they have already served their time and they're trying to head back into our society, that sometimes when you're going to a job, you should not be discriminated against or even set aside before you get the full opportunity. So by removing that box to state whether you're a criminal or not, it gives you a little bit more leeway to get your foot in the door and potentially get an opportunity at starting a new life. We also would like to stress and support as it relates to bill number 35-0178 that has to do with the expungement of records when it comes to probable cause. Unfortunately, there have been situations where some things should have never even gone near a courthouse. People should have never been arrested. There have been situations where, whether it's mistaken identity, but whatever the case is, if there's no probable cause, those things need to be disappeared from your record. They should not stay there to linger, and you have to spend the rest of your life explaining to people why you're in the system. I also rise in support as it relates to 350182. As you know, unfortunately, when you have relationships, sometimes they do break up. Sometimes people are no longer suited for each other. But there are individuals at times get a little petty and they want to circulate nude photos of their former partners just to humiliate them, embarrass them, cause disruption at their workplace and whatever reason. But this piece of legislation, once codified in the code, here in the Virgin Islands, will give those individuals something to fight back and say, you have no right to do this to me. You have no right to try to utilize something that's private to embarrass me and hurt me in any shape or form. I also would like to speak as it relates to the special order
30
piece of
seconds.
legislation as it deals with liberty As you know, here in the territory, we've been having a difficult time with communication with our cell phones specifically since the transition from AT&T to Liberty. I was one of the individuals here on the floor when they came to this floor and they said on March the 31st, at the end of March, this entire process will be done with. I am one of those senators.
Time.
Could I just wrap up? I am one of those senators that have chosen to wait until March the 31st to see what's going to happen, because come April Fool's Day, if my phone is not working according to what they said it's going to be working, this bill is nice, but all hell gonna break loose. So at the end of the day, I would like to thank the sponsor for bringing the bill forward, because something needs to be done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Next, we will recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson for his 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all of these measures, but two of these measures definitely touch me. Bill number 350115 and Bill number 350178. When I said it touched me, many people have been incarcerated. And I was looking at the documentary up to as late as last night, where they said between 4 to 5% of the people that are incarcerated are innocent. And it comes up to some 50,000 individuals across the United States. And when you see these things happen, it tells you that our system isn't perfect. It's a good system, but it isn't perfect. And I've worked in these walls and I've ran into people that have these type of problems where they pretty much was in the wrong place at the wrong time. They couldn't explain themselves properly. They didn't have good legal representation, and they fall into the crack of the system. The program that I saw, this gentleman was charged with shooting someone, was never close to the scene, was arrested at the age 17, did some 12 years. Someone identify him and pick him out from a picture, and his attorney didn't represent him well. His attorney didn't even use his cell phone with the technology they asked her to use so they could show the location of where he was, time and place. So sometimes, you don't get good representation and you get incarcerated. So these two measures here that are the one that's going to expunge the record and the one that's going to give them a second chance, it's important that we pay attention to them and give people that second chance, let people record to allow to be expunged. Because sometimes it makes a difference. This gentleman had a doctor that he saw from the time he was born that came to his rescue and did not back down and backing him, supporting him, and making sure that he get a fair chance. And he just got released this year. So it's real. It does happen. So at the appropriate time, I'll definitely be voting for the rest of these measures. But these two measures, coming from my background working in a prison, really meant a lot. See these measures coming forward and supporting them and making sure that they go through. So at the appropriate time, I definitely will be supporting the rest of these measures, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we'll recognize Senator Carrion for his 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I rise in support of all the measures in Block 4. Of course, it's always great when we honor, recognize our own, then in this case, Dr. Cooper and her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture. It's great to see that the UVI tennis court will be named in her honor. Also, Bill 35-0115. My colleagues were speaking about this measure, and I want to also commend the sponsor of this measure out of the island of St. Thomas. This one and also Bill 35-0182 are two bills that I think are much needed. The same with Bill 35-0178 that deals with expungement of a record and providing a second chance to individuals that unfortunately have had some findings with the law and have found themselves with a criminal record. And we know how difficult it is once you have a criminal record to be able to get a job. And given our unique scenario being in the Virgin Islands and needing manpower to be able, labor force to be able to do the work, we know this could be a hindrance for the projects that we have at hand, and also provides an opportunity to these individuals to really have a second chance at life, right? They have fulfilled their role, and it's time to get them back connected to the society, and what better way to do it than by providing this second opportunity to them. And the automatic criminal record expungement, which is so necessary. We know individuals that unfortunately have been in situations where they have been charged, been processed innocently, and,
1 minute.
And you have to go through a whole vigorous process in order to be able to clean your record. Also, Bill 35-0133, which is establishing the Marine Industry Scholarship Program. I want to commend our good senator from the island of St. John for bringing this measure forward. This will provide another alternative for our young people to be able to engage and develop some skills and so forth. And also, Bill 35-0182.
30 seconds.
Which is relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexual explicit images. We've all too frequent have seen within our community images circulating that really is shameful. Is shameful to see how our young people and even not so young have engaged in this practice of circulating explicit images that are not consensual of individuals naked for whatever reason.
Time.
It needs to stop. And I think we could do better as a community, and this will assist us for those that don't want to obey, will be penalized for doing so. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Next will come to Senator Javon E. James, Sr. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I'm happy to be the sponsor of Bill number 35-0178, which speaks to auto expungement of criminal records, or auto expungement of records where it lacks probable cause. I repeat, probable cause. This is all about auto expungement when no probable cause is found. And the U.S. Constitution is found on probable cause. This bill was heard in the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety. It went on to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I want to say thank you to all the stakeholders, all the testifiers for playing a role in this successful drafting of Bill number 35-0178. My team and I have been working on this for quite some time, and I just want to say thank you to my staff. But Bill number 35-0178, Bill number 35-0115, these bills speaks to putting our people back into the workforce. We have a lot of vacancies all across the private sector and the public sector. We claim to say that it's a brain drain. It's not a brain drain. It's just that some of our intelligent individuals just so happen to be on the wrong side of things, or they have these criminal records or records which lack probable cause, and it is like a dark cloud hanging over their heads. And it's about time that we have a clean slate and to give these individuals an opportunity. So I just want to say thank you to all my colleagues in advance for supporting this bill. And not only does it speak to auto expungement, I just want to remind individuals, everything has a paper trail. So when these individuals do get the automatic expungement, there is a record, and that record must remain confidential as well. So it cannot come back to haunt you. So this is something, like I said, we have been working on. I'm happy to know that our people will be given a fair chance to take part in the workforce without being discriminated. As far as the remaining bills on the agenda, I want to say thank you to all my colleagues who brought these bills forward, or resolutions, or acts. I salute every single one of them. especially Bill number 35-0182, which speaks to non-consensual
30 seconds.
non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. I really hope and pray that once we pass these measures and it goes to the governor's desk and sign into law, that they actually enforce these laws that we put in here. Otherwise, it seems as if the senators are not doing anything. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. And next we'll come to Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. You recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all the bills in this block, starting with Bill number 35-0107, honoring Dr. Fenella Anita Cooper for her service in education and our community, and of course in the sport of tennis. On to Bill number 35-0115, the Fair Chance for Employment Act, which will help with the reintegration of individuals who have had prior convictions to ease them into the workforce. As we know, we have an issue where one individual comes out, he or she may not be able to find work, and I believe that this is a great gesture for the community so that those individuals can have an opportunity, a fair chance. As for Bill number 35-0133, this one is close to my heart. For the first time, creating a Virgin Islands Maritime Industry Educational Scholarship and opening up opportunities for us to pioneer our young people into what is called the blue economy. This initiative promises to catalyze the growth of our maritime sector and ensure that our youth are prepared to continue our rich maritime heritage. As for Bill number 35-0172, it underscores the urgency of what is our building standards. And as we know, we have a lot of building to do now, and some of it doesn't necessarily align with what would be considered federal building standards, but now we can uniformly align ourselves with those standards so that we are able to at least meet the federal government halfway. As for Bill number 35-0178, it brings forth essential reforms for justice, particularly automatic expungement of arrest records with no probable cause, as mentioned by my colleague, and I believe it's a significant step towards upholding fairness and dignity for those who were wrongfully accused. As for Bill number 35-0182, advancing in the protecting personal privacy for individuals who disseminate what is to be considered private images without consent. That is a rampant problem that has overtaken some relationships in the past, and now we're able to protect those individuals with creating a framework for them. As for Bill number 35-0184, honors the bravery and the sacrifice of Private Vigo E. Sua and renaming the road after his namesake. We can definitely respectfully preserve his memory for all of the services that he has given our community and our territory. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez Jr. And next we'll come to Senator Donna Fred-Gregory. You are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this afternoon, I too rise in support of all the measures in this particular block. However, I have been instrumental in moving, I believe, 4 measures, or being the primary sponsor on 4 of the measures in this block, namely Bill number 35-0247, which is the measure that addresses the issues that we have with Liberty, and asking the Public Service Commission to file an official complaint on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. As we speak, Liberty has no customer service representatives in our territory. The individuals who serve in the offices are point of contact for sales personnel. They only do sales. As it stands, we have to call 611 to get customer assistance, and you could be on the line forever trying to get customer assistance. Even if you visit the store, you still have to go to the 611 kiosk in order to get service. The people of the Virgin Islands, as it stands right now, we are stuck between a proverbial rock and a hard place when it comes to dealing with the matters with Liberty. We rely on the wireless service for connectivity, and Liberty Latin America, through its subsidies, have what is fast becoming dangerous, a dangerous, unregulated industry in the territory. So that's something that we need to deal with. So colleagues, I know that a number of you have already signed on this resolution, but I believe it is important for all of us to put our names to it. Also, Bill number 35, that's 0115. That's the criminal records hiring practice. It gives our citizenry, those returning, a chance to be considered for a job based on their merit.
1 minute.
And it prevents them from being stigmatized and rejected outright. And it also helps us and helps our economy because it provides jobs to these individuals. And it helps to support their families. Also, the building code. We know that we've had extensive discussion around the disaster recovery projects. And one of the things that's necessary is for us to update our building code to ensure that we are able to move forward with these projects
30 seconds.
in a timely fashion. And then I'm going to wrap up. I think I have one more, and that is the bill number 35, that's 0182, that speaks specifically to victim notification. I think there was a concern about the fact that this bill is only tied to adults. Title 14, Chapter 23A speaks specifically to children under 18 years old. So this measure is important. We know of the challenges that we have, and it's our responsibility to address these issues. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Donald Gregory. And next will come to Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I'm in support of all 9 bills in this Block 4, but I wanted to take time to highlight 2 particular Bill 35-0115. I support hiring individuals who have been rehabilitated and removing barriers to their employment. Let's give them a fair chance to get a job. So after this bill passes, we're going to remove the box. Remove that box on job applications asking applicants about prior convictions. We're going to ban the box. 37 states have approved similar legislation. 90% of persons in our community, in our prisons will eventually return to our community, 90%. And as of March 2024, Bureau of Corrections came right here. They gave testimony. We have 393 persons detained or sentenced. We have 155 on island and 238 off island. The Bureau of Corrections director stated that the average age of our prisoners is 24 years old. This bill reintegrates individuals back into our community and reduces the chance of recidivism. Well, Sapopa, that's a big word, but I asked my senator, the colleague, the correction officer, and that word recidivism means the tendency to return to prison. So, as an incentive, also, this bill offers the Workforce Opportunity Tax Credit Program. It gives up to $9,200 to employers as tax credits. That's a good bill.
1 minute.
I wanted to go to bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sua posthumously for his ultimate sacrifice to the people of the Virgin Islands and to his country. This is a Gold Star family. His sister, Maria Lett, was right here. She testified. The American Legion post on St. John is named after him. Mr. Sua was a veteran in the Korean conflict, and on February 1953, 71 years ago, Mr. Private Vigo Sua, Edson Sua, was killed in active duty at the age of 21. He was laid to rest at the Moravian Church Cemetery in Coral Bay, St. John. He was the first Virgin Islander in the Korean conflict. He was awarded the Korean Service Medal, the United States Service Medal, the National Defense Service Medal, and the Republic of Korea War Service Medal. So on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands, the legislature honors and commends Vigor Sua. Rest in peace, our proud warrior, Victor Sua. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Diane T. Capehart, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of all these measures in this block before us. I want to talk about some that I think it's pretty interesting. Bill 35-0133. This bill really plays an important role for the marine transportation for the Virgin Islands. We have to be able to start thinking outside the box to encourage individuals to learn to maintain and fix boats. I mean, there's so many different things in the maritime industry that we need to take it serious as economic growth. Bill 35-0172. I think this bill is well needed. I think I signed on to this legislation working at DPNR and understanding the need because of all these FEMA projects. This is going to assist the department with updating the codes. Bill 35-0178. You know, I was not in the committee of jurisdiction, but I did have conversation with the bill sponsor, and I am in support of this. Members voted for this favorably, and this bill can actually have a severe impact on one's life. It can impact this person's employment opportunities, so I'm in support of this bill. Bill number 35-0182, it's very important that we take cyberbullying, cyber crimes serious, and having explicit images that can spread very quickly throughout this community and have some real negative impacts.
1 minute.
Talk suicide, depression, anxiety, all kinds of things can happen. I'm in support of this. For the police, men and women, will be moving that legislation. I'm in support of that. Resolution for liberty. Listen, we got to do something. And I'm ready to vote for this because I told the senator, next is our next one. I ain't going to call the name, but pull up your socks because we're going to have our resolution on you too. If you don't do what you got to do for the people of the Virgin
30
Islands.
seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you very much, Senator Capehart. Senator Gittins, Kenneth L. Gittins, Majority Leader, you recognize for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Unlike the previous speaker, I don't call name though. Let me start off by saying at least 2 or 3 of these measures have been vetted in the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety with regards to 35-0115 that speaks to the the Fair Chance Employment Act, but definitely 35-0178 that speaks to the automatic expungement of arrest records upon finding that the arrest lacked probable cause. That's in the beginning, on the onset. And I want to applaud the bill sponsors for this and the others as well. This one has really been a thorn in people's side, as a number of cases have been dismissed from the onset and individuals cannot get their record expunged. So I'm happy to support this. Also, bill number 35-0182, that's relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images. Remember, in committee of jurisdiction, we use a local term that I've been hearing from a local individual, mine. So keep those photos to yourself and don't feel sorry years later. I can't stress the importance of Virgin Islanders playing a strong or a bigger role in our marine industry, and I look forward to supporting this. We live on an island. We see all the commuting that's going on between the islands locally and abroad, and our people could take a great advantage of this. And colleagues, as it pertains to Bill number 35, that's 0249, we owe it to our residents. We owe it to our residents to take a firm stance on liberty. And I would add, via
1 minute.
you pull up your socks as well. Because the services that we're receiving now are just totally unacceptable. And I'm asking again for you all to really pull up your socks, or else we're going to have to take a firm stance on each of these entities. Imagine today, every time they tell you that they're upgrading, now when power go,
30 seconds.
you can't even use your phone after 30 minutes. A number of us, unlike myself, still have your parents around. Imagine if they're at home, you're at work, and can't get through to your parents, they can't get through to you. This is just totally unacceptable. This evil box where they put in people's house, it is time for them to reassess this and come with proper service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you. At the appropriate time, I will support all the measures in this block. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to Senator College Joseph. You recognize for your 3 minutes, Madam Secretary.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the measures in this block. Two of the measures in this block was heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I chair, and the Bill 35-0184, which is to honor and commend Vigo E. Soar and to name the East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John for this worthy and valiant soldier. His family, as well as members from the post unit, came and testified in support of it. I definitely wanted to commend the bill's sponsor for recognizing this gentleman who is one of our unsung heroes and stood tall and made the ultimate sacrifice of giving his life to preserve our freedom. I also rise in support of the resolution to honor Ms. Fernella Cooper, another bill, and to rename the tennis court in her honor. That bill was also heard in the Committee of Jurisdiction, which I chair. And so I'm very elated to see that we are honoring persons for their contribution. And she did an awesome job regarding tennis. She really advocated for that sport. And it is very fitting that we honor her today and with this resolution and this act. I also want to stand in support of Bill number 35-0115, the Ban the Box bill. I had a number of students, every time they had to complete job application, they would have to check out that they had a criminal arrest and conviction. This definitely will go in the way of assisting them with finding employment and not be prejudiced because of their past transgression. This week is Holy Week, and when Jesus came for our salvation, that was free, and so is forgiveness. So we have to give them another opportunity. I also want to stand up for the Revenge Porn Act. You have a lot of women and men who people just circulate your pictures when you have intimate displays of affection, and it is not right. Okay, and so definitely to prosecute those persons,
30
I'm in
seconds.
support of. And then Bill number 35-0247, which deals with liberty and to empower our PSC to really talk to the FCC about them and advocate for our people. I am in support of, as well as the changing of the codes for, which is Bill number 35-0178 to update our building codes. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support and I'm ready to vote on all of these measures in the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And next we come to the Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, and I do rise in support of all of the bills in this block. I am a proud sponsor of Bill number 35-0116, which I'm sure, I'm positive. I'm proud to sponsor Bill number 35-0116 on behalf of Ms. Fanella Cooper, who fostered and continued to the development of tennis in the territory. And, excuse me? I'm a proud sponsor of Fanella Cooper and to foster the continued development of tennis in the territory. And I will, at a later time, seek to find funds to support the tennis program at UVI. I am also pleased to sponsor Bill number 35-0184 to honor and commend Mr. Vigo Sewer, the first Virgin Islander to die in the Korean War, and to rename the East End Road in his honor. I support measures to ease the reentry into society after one has paid for his or her debt to society. And I believe that we must recognize that our future depends on being able to utilize all of our human resources and all feeling that they have a stake in the future of our society. For that to happen, we have to remove barriers to employment for people who have previously had encounters with a criminal justice system. I similarly support Bill number 35-0178, which allows for the automatic expungement of arrest records where it was found that one was arrested without probable cause, and to exclude expungement records from public access. Again, I believe we shoot ourselves in the foot. As a society, when we exclude so many young people, and not so young, so many near young people when it comes to employment. And I believe that this change will be meaningful to our community. I must speak to Bill number 35-0172 in respect to
30 seconds.
Building codes in our territory. And I believe once we have our building codes adapted to national consensus, it will help strengthen our building and our different capital projects. And lastly, when it comes to the marine industry, I believe we are surrounded by water, and we speak about the marine industry in so many instances. There are so many jobs and careers in that industry, and for our young people, an opportunity when it comes to that space, I think it speaks volumes in terms of them contributing. Many of the individuals who have businesses in that area always request for locals to become trained in that space, and yet they always say they're tired of bringing individuals from outside. So I believe that that's a very important piece of legislation. Mr. President, I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. And at the madam time, keep it, could put 3 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I stand in support of most, if not all, of the measures in block number 4. And of course, I commend the bill sponsor and Dr. Fanella Cooper, bill number 35-0107, and naming the UVI tennis court in her honor. Of course, when we look at the Second Chance program by banning the box. Here is once again another initiative that's been put forth by this legislative body to include the many others that we have done. Providing second chance program to those individuals that had run afoul of the law and had been incarcerated and now trying to get it back reentry into our community. I participated just recently in the transitional housing program where they're providing housing to those individuals. So again, they'll have some place to go rather than going back into the same environment that got them into trouble in the first place. They have an opportunity to, have some housing in close proximity to the correctional facility. However, they have a level of freedom. I also support the marine industry and individuals pursuing a career in the marine industry. We keep talking about the blue economy, and we've seen a lot, most recently, of a lot of our pilots, individuals that have been able to go on from the Virgin Islands and have become pilots, and they're flying back home proudly, and they're working for a lot of the major airlines. Equally, we have the opportunity to do this by sea, by continuing to funding and providing some maritime individuals' career in the maritime industry, and that is vast, and we hopefully could get some takers on that. I must say that in terms of the expungement of criminal records, that issue in particular is for those individuals that found themselves that there was no probable cause for the arrest in the first place. Not individuals that may have been arrested and charged and end up in prison, but rather these individuals, there was no probable cause for the arrest in the first place. There's no reason why they should go through this long, grueling process of getting their records expunged. The issue of the non-consensual dissemination of sexual explicit images is something that I holistically was happy to see that we put this in place. However, we have stopped short. We have a phenomenon that's going on right now in our schools where individuals are videotaping these brutal fights of our students and publicizing those. That is another measure, another mechanism that needs to be addressed, because again, they're seeking sensational aggrandizement when they're going out and recording these fights of our students in school. Is unfair, and it's creating a problem, and we've seen it happening far too often, and it's something that we need to address. And certainly the veteran and the naming of the Vigo Sewer posthumously for his ultimate sacrifice that he made. And I remember when we conducted that hearing where family members, we don't understand the lasting impact that these type of situations have had on families. The sister talk about, that all of a sudden her brother just disappeared from the house. There was no conversation. There's nothing happening in regards to what happened to her brother. And, years later, she actually realized that, he was in fact killed in war. And, it's just so unfortunate. So I'm glad to see and can really commend the bill sponsor that we're recognizing this individual. One of the first, by the way, that had died in a conflict. So certainly we will be supporting these measures. And of course, the last two real quickly is the special order and the funds that will be provided to the Virgin Islands Police Department, where they'll be conducting the conference of the National Alliance of State Drug Enforcement Agencies International Symposium, and that will be combined with the Association of Commissioners of Police back in June of 2024, and we certainly see that, as well as Liberty. When we talk about Liberty provide service to this community. That's the lifeline. We have a lot of our seniors that rely on Liberty to be working for us. We know that we're doing everything on these cell phones today, and our inability to communicate is problematic and dangerous. So we want to make sure that that Liberty is doing their part, as well as all of the other communication, as well as and doing their part to make sure that we're able to technologically continue to communicate and save lives and do our banking. Being able to view our surveillance cameras, just do everything that we do on these cell phones. So we're happy to see this measure that's coming over to at least do an investigation and hopefully take some appropriate action in that. Madam Clerk, let's conclude block number 4, and at this time we'll go to a vote on these measures.
Bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the fields of education, sports and culture, and naming the UVI tennis court in her honor.
Roll call on bill number 35-0107.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0107, an act posthumously honoring and commending Dr. Fenella Cooper for her contributions to the field of education, sports, and culture, and naming the UVI tennis court in her honor has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records in Hiring Practices, and enacting in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes.
Roll call on bill number 35-0115.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr.? Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens? Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0115, an act repealing Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, Subchapter 2, Limited Use of Criminal Records in Hiring Practices, and enacted in its place the Fair Chance for Employment Act relative to criminal record checks in the employment application process, and amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Subchapter 1, Section 452, requiring the Director of Personnel to develop and implement fair chance hiring policies and for other related purposes have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, please call up the next item.
Bill number 35-0133, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, by adding Section 190GG, establishing a scholarship program to support individuals interested in pursuing a career in the maritime industry in the Virgin Islands.
Amendment, Senator Fred Gregory.
I move to amend Bill number 35-0113. Bill number 35-0113 is amended in Section 2, page 4, line 9.
What's the amendment number?
Sorry, I move Bill amendment number 35-664 to Bill number 35-0113. Bill number 35-0113, is amended in Section 2, page 4, line 9 by striking subsection B. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, roll call on Bill 35-0133 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bokesh Jr. Senator Bokesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Yes. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, not voting. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yeah.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yay. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 3 absent.
Please record Senator Fred Gregory's vote as yes.
Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0133, an act amending Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, by adding Section 190GG, establishing a scholarship program to support individuals interested in pursuing a career in maritime industry in the Virgin Islands, as amended, has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0172, an act amending Title 29, Chapter 5, Virgin Islands Code, relating to building codes to provide for adoption of nationally recognized consensus-based codes and standards and amendments to such codes that are in the best interests of the territory, and to provide for clarification to the Virgin Islands Building Code.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0172.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bokesh Jr. Senator Bokesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0172, an act amending Title 29, Chapter 5, Virgin Islands Code relating to building codes to provide for the adoption of nationally recognized consensus-based codes and standards and amendments to such codes that are in the best interest of the territory and to provide for clarifications to the Virgin Islands building codes that have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0178, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add a Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon a finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to public records, to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0178.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkesh Jr. Senator Bulkesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, not voting. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0178, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 314, to add Section 3732A to allow for the automatic expungement of arrest records upon finding that the arrest lacked probable cause, and amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 33, Section 881G, Item 9, relating to the public records to designate expunged criminal records as confidential records, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 51, by designating the existing provisions as Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0182.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkesh Jr. Senator Bulkesh Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas.
Please record Senator Bulke's vote as yes.
Senator Boquez, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, Bill number 35-0182, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Code, Chapter 51 by designating the existing provisions of Subchapter 1 and adding a Subchapter 2 relating to the non-consensual dissemination of sexually explicit images have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for his ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road on Route 10 on the island of St. John in his honor.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0184.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0184, an act to honor and commend Vigo E. Sewer posthumously for ultimate contribution to the Virgin Islands and renaming East End Road and Route number 10 on the island of St. John in his honor has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0249, an act authorizing and reprogramming of the renaming of the remaining unused proceeds of the series of 2016 Emergency First Responder Line of Credit totaling $114,952.21, issued pursuant to Act Number 7866 as amended by Act Number 7876 to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department in offsetting costs associated with hosting the June 2024 National Alliance of State Drug Enforcement Agencies International Symposium.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0249.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Boquez Jr. Senator Boquez Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0249, an act authorizing the reprogramming of the remaining unused proceeds of the Series 2016 Emergency First responder line of credit totaling $114,952.21, issued pursuant to Act number 7861 as amended by Act number 7876. Excuse me. Offsetting, as amended by Act 7876 to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department in offsetting costs associated with hosting the June 2024 National Alliance of State Drug Enforcement Agencies International Symposium have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Bill number 35-0247, a resolution requiring the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission to file an official complaint on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands against Liberty Latin America, Liberty Mobile USVI, and Liberty Mobile Puerto Rico with the Federal Communications Commission.
Roll call on bill number 247.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, yay. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins,
Yes.
yay. Yay.
Yes.
Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0247, a resolution requiring the Virgin Islands Public Service Commission to file an official complaint on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands against Liberty Latin America, Liberty Mobile USVI, and Liberty Mobile Puerto Rico with the Federal Communications Commission has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. That rounds out block number 4. Madam Clerk, at this time, please call up the items in block number 5.
Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount, and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a perimeter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70. Bill number 35-0208, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 35-0218, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, relating to unemployment benefits by reducing the number of weeks that unemployment benefits can be received, increasing the statute of limitations for the collection of overpayments of unemployment benefits for claimants and for delinquent employer contribution, allowing for the implementation of the payroll variation methodology launch in the calendar year beginning January 2024, implementing a 10-year record retention period for employers, and requiring employers to register with the Virgin Islands State Information Data Exchange System. Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming Gamle Gata the William A. Industrial Street. Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support. Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry. This concludes the reading of block number 5, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for a motion, you said?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to waive the rule 403, 404, 405, and 409B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order Bill number 35-0237, an act amending Title 1 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to recognize the month of March as Girl Scout Month, and to place the bill at the second to last item in Block 5 of today's agenda. I so move.
Objection. It's restated. I think you said 409. It should be 509B, Senator.
Let me restate, please. Motion. I move to waive, Mr. President, I move to waive the rules. I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the rules of the 35th Legislature to special order Bill number 35-0237, an act amending Title 1 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to recognize the month of March as Girl Scout Month, and to place it at the second to last bill in the 5th block. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Gittins. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Again, that measure is Bill number 35-0237, an act amending Title 1 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to recognize the month of March as Girl Scouts Month. And this will be added to today's agenda in block number 5 as the second to last item on today's agenda. At this time, colleagues, we have a total of 6 items in this block, and Senator Alma Francis Heidegger, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the territory. I rise in support of many pieces of legislation in this block. As it relates to 350192, this one has to do with the lifting of the limits as it relates to the personal loan program through our GRS. This has been a long time coming. While it has been implemented coming soon through GRS, there was a limit when the law was passed several years ago to bring it back, and adjustments will be made to lift that, as well as several other things in regards to the limited liability of $75,000. I also want to speak a little bit about honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull. You know, this is a woman I admired for many years, as I saw her as the Commissioner of Finance and how she managed the monies of this territory. I was very happy when she was here testifying and gave a lot of her experiences while she was being the Finance Commissioner. You know, when someone can leave an administration after election and leave over $300 million in the bank account of the coffers of the general fund. But we fast forward to today when you have the finance members telling us it's only fake money on paper. That is a stark difference between people that actually knew how to manage money and people that's just playing with monopoly money. So I'm very, very happy to give her her blessings and her honor, because she did a yeoman's job in making sure our monies were covered and actually in the bank. I also would like to share my thoughts on 350226. We had a very vigorous conversation as it relates to creating a default number and codifying it in the code when it deals with our children and receiving child support. This piece of legislation does not affect parents, the non-custodial parent who is paying their child support. It does not affect those that are turning in their financial information to formulate what they have to pay in
1 minute,
child
30
support.
seconds.
This piece of legislation, sole reason, had to do with individuals that were receiving a default and utilizing it as a way for when they don't turn in their documentation, they might have been paying far less than what they should have been paying when it comes to taking care of the children of this territory. During the session that day, we decided to move it from a default of $250, while the sponsor, while she was a little bit more conservative at $350, we decided to go to $1,000. At the end of the day, we have to step up when it comes to these children. This $1,000 is a mechanism to force those individuals that have been trying to avoid turning in their paperwork. The minute you turn in your
30
paperwork,
seconds.
you will be assessed. So if it's only $300 you have to pay, that's what you'll pay. If it's $500 you have to pay, that is what you'll pay. But the key is to turn in your paperwork. We keep making excuses for these people that are procreating and not supporting their children. And when it comes to the children of this territory, we have to do what we have to do. Now, as it relates to 35023, that was just 237, that was just special ordered. Could I just wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair? Mr. President. I was a Girl Scout from elementary all the way up to 12th grade, and I enjoyed it immensely. Being a Girl Scout played a huge role in who I am today because it taught me about camaraderie, it taught me about engaging with others, and it taught me that I could be anything that I wanted to be. And I want to take this time out that we are taking the opportunity to recognize these young girls and their teachers and their supporters and take the time out to say thank you. Because without Girl Scouts, I don't think I might have been standing here today. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the additional time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Halliger. Next, we'll recognize Senator Franklin D. Johnson. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to support most of these measures. And I'll start off with the one I don't support, Bill number 350226. Money don't change nobody and money don't make nobody do what they ain't gonna do. Let's make it clear. This agency has a lot of tools to use to make sure that they come to the table. 1, take the passport. 2, take their driver's license. And these are all measures that the agency have that they don't utilize. You try this in Florida. You see how quick you lose your passport? And the next thing to move on is your driver's license. Passport, you don't leave the U.S. territory to go to no foreign country. And if you don't come, they take your driver's license. Your driver's license, you don't drive on the street of the United States. And this agency have these same tools. Keep saying people will come and don't do their job and get paid high salary. Money don't change this game. Money don't change it. Because if you don't have it, you ain't gonna pay it. But for sure, we're gonna restrict them. Back in the old days, people went to prison. They used to incarcerate people for not supporting a child. So there's a measure that the agency can use to make sure that these people comply. Money ain't gonna change it. Bill number, I'm glad to know you was a Girl Scout. Bill number, Bill number 350208. Mistress Bernice Alma Turnbull, I remember as a young man watching Senate hearing when this young lady came in. And when she spoke, her numbers was right. She wasn't guessing and she wasn't questioned and had to go back to her paper to figure if she made a mistake or not. So I'm so glad to be here to sign on to this measure and make sure she get her dues while she's standing. She deserves it. Bill number 350196. It's about time we give our people that opportunity to get back some of their money and loan their money from GRS. This is something that we've been discussing for quite some time. Let's make sure that people have that opportunity to borrow from their own money. Bill number 350237.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I have a lot of little nieces that are in Girl Scout, and every year I'm so pleased and glad to buy up the cookies them. Every time that time comes, I still got a couple in my back still, because I always buy a stack of cookies. So it's a pleasure to be able to honor them and give them that honor they duly deserve. And definitely, bill number 350249, am I right? The Liberty, we definitely have to take action with these companies that come inside here, take up your money but don't give you the service. I am tired of my phone saying, what code did I bring out? They showed a code, SOS, and you can't use your phone when you reach to the SOS. They came in front of us and tell us that's not true. Over and over that happened, and when that happened, you can't utilize your phone. But when the time comes to pay your bill, you better pay that bill. So we definitely got to hold them accountable and make sure that they come to the forefront. And as my colleague from the Frederick said, Via, get your program together. Can you probably be next? Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Next, we recognize Senator Carrion. Samuel Carrion, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of most of the measures in this last block. I do have some reservation for Bill 35-0196. Even though there's some items within this proposed legislation that I am in agreement with, I don't know how I feel about giving the board, the GRS board, the authority to move the interest rate cap on that loan program as they see fit. The purpose of the program was really to provide to the employees and retirees a loan that is not competitive to others in the market, but that would be of a lower interest rate to be able to support and provide that privilege of assistance to individuals that are vested within the system. So that's part of the issue I'm having with Bill 35-0196. I'll make a decision when the time comes. I think that we need to look for the best interest of our retirees and those that are part of the GR system, and ensure that they really get a good buck right for the dollar. So a bill number 35-0208, an act honoring and commending Ms. Bernice Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of Virgin Islands. It was such a pleasure to sit in this same chambers and hear everyone that testified on behalf of Ms. Turnbull. Clearly, she has left a legacy that will be difficult to fill in her shoes. We need people like her these days. So it's such an honor to be able to recognize and commend and honor her for the work and service she has provided and given to this community over the years. Thank you, Ms. Turnbull, for all you have done. And it's so great to see that you can receive your flowers while you can still smell them and enjoy them. Also, Bill 35-0223, Reverend Dr. Williams Industrious. I am honored also to have been able to sit in this hearing and vetted this process and hear the testimonies on behalf of Pastor Industrious. And it's such a privilege to have been able to meet him and hear the stories of how this man also has dedicated himself, not only to God and ministry, but also to his community, to his people. So thank you for your service, and I will be voting in favor. Regards to Bill 35-0226, which is establishing a minimum default amount for child support. I understand that there are other measures in place to be able to provide penalties for individuals that default or don't fall in line or don't comply.
30 seconds.
But I have to say that my colleague from Frederickstead mentioned about passports and license, but a passport doesn't feed a child, and a driver's license removal does not feed a child. You know, so all those penalties that could be given to the person that is default does not feed a child. So let's get some money that we can be able to give and feed a child. So I'm in support of this measure, and along with everything else that we have in this block. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Caliriong. Next, we'll recognize Senator Javon James. Senior, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the time. Fellas, all jokes aside, to all the men in the territory, hold on to your passport and your driver's license. Don't let not taking care of your child prevent you from seeing the world and being able to be employed. I know everybody's situation is different, but I, for one, don't need anyone to tell me to take care of my children. I understand it is the duty of this body to pass legislation to protect the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we have the right to act. I will leave it as that. But me need nobody to tell me to take care of my children. But Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title 3 Virgin Islands Code Sections 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for the GRS to resume the personal loan program. Majority Leader, it's about time. We get to map the loan program. It's so unfortunate that the sponsor of the measure happened to be absent, but I'd also want to say to him and his entire team, thank you for bringing this legislation forward. And I look forward to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands taking part in this program, even though it's not new to us. But I really hope and pray with those individuals we have sitting at the table to make sure that we manage it and that we do not end up in a situation where we were in the past. As far as the remaining bills, I will vote my conscience. But I also want to leave this message with the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands and to everyone who is listening here today. I was reading my email a while ago, and I saw an email from the Department of Education. It came in sometime today. But I'm seeing a pattern here where we have a lot of disruption of the school schedules due to fights, threats, and the list goes on. To the individuals out there, please get your act together. Stop disrupting the schools. Stop calling into the schools. It just makes us look bad as Virgin Islanders, and I really hope it is not Virgin Islanders doing these nonsense as far as calling in these threats. I remember when I was going to school, the only time we were not going to school is because it was flooded out. Like, we really had to have the rain,
1 minute, 30
thunder,
seconds.
lightning. Every little thing, I look back at the Department of Education, I'm not blaming the leadership, but every moment, every minute, somebody's being sent home. This fight, this and that. So to the parents, please control your children. And to the children, even if you have to try to control your parents, do so, because sometimes you have parents who are not setting an example for their children. And I really want to say to the people of Virgin Islands, if we value education, please talk to your children so we can end all this confusion with fights, bomb threats, and all that nonsense in our schools. People calling in and saying there are guns. It's only hurting the children. So I say all that to say is that we have a long way to go. And that email that I just read, it hurt my heart. And my prayers to the entire leadership at the Department of Education, and I really hope and pray that we get it together. Otherwise, we're going to pay for it down the road.
30 seconds.
These students missing school, and then they're being socially promoted, and then when they get into the workforce, it's one bacchanal. And then that's why they end up they'll be impacted by Bill number 35-0226, default amount for child support. But anyway, God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James Sr. Next, we'll hear from Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of the measures in this block. We'll start with Bill number 35-0196, which aims to enhance the government employees retirement system loan program in the sense of being able to have the loan program continue as it has been stagnant for quite some time, and now we will give our seniors or retirees, I should say rather, the opportunity to again take loans out from the GERS system, but there is a stipulation whereas that they have to pay it back before the age of 70. Moving on to Bill number 35-0207, establishing or creating a territorial chronic kidney disease, stroke, and diabetes registry. I believe that this is a very forward-looking approach to enhance our healthcare strategies for our chronic conditions, as then we can be able to use that data for many, many different reasons. So I commend the bill sponsor for that measure. As for Bill number 35-0208, commending Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her exceptional contributions to the Virgin Islands, and of course providing her with a perma plaque. It's definitely a good and great thing to always honor our people while they're here with us. As for Bill number 35-0218, concerning unemployment benefits and reducing the number of weeks that unemployment benefits can be received, that also helps reform our unemployment benefits and is able to provide more money up forward for those individuals who are unemployed. As we know, the cost of living has become a lot higher, and that extra funding will definitely help those individuals while they transition to try to find jobs. As for Bill number 35-0223, in respect to Bishop Dr. William Alfred Industrious, for his life's dedication and faith to the faith community, we cannot stop saying, everything God is first and everything else after. So for those individuals who put themselves up, or men of the cloth, as they call them, those are the individuals we definitely look up to and ask for advice and counseling, and we have to commend them as well as part of a very important part of our society. Bill number 35-0226, concerning the baseline for child support payments and ensuring that the basic needs of a child are adequately met when in fact the parent that is not the parent who has, or the non-custodial parent would be able to bring in their information. I did have an amendment for this, but I understood in caucus that apparently there are guidelines. I would have preferred to see it in the actual law, but it is what it is. Moving on to Bill number 35-0237, of course, commending our Girl Scouts. They are definitely very important to us, our young people, and they provide a lot of services concerning all of those delicious snacks that we love to eat. But not only that, but they learn a lot of great morals and values, and we appreciate them. And lastly, of course, Bill number 35-0249, Liberty. We know that these services have been plaguing us. Communication is a very important part of life, and in some cases, we're not next to someone, and we need to communicate with them for a plethora of different reasons, and we have had many, many challenges. And I believe that this effort is just so that we can be able to try to hold them accountable, because our people are suffering and the bills keep coming. Mr. President, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolkes Jr. And next we'll hear from Senator Donna Fred Gregory. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Mr. President, and I too rise in support of the items in this block. But particularly, I would like to take a moment to talk about Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull. I did not have the opportunity to sit in on the Rules Committee meeting because I was not available on that particular day. But I will tell you that a lot of the knowledge that I have comes from Bernice Turnbull. As a young woman working in the central government, particularly when I served at the Department of Justice and the Department of Education, Ms. Turnbull served as an employee at one point at the Department of Finance, and then she became the commissioner. And she was very instrumental in addressing a lot of these long-standing challenges that we're seeing now. We have reverted since the departure of individuals like Miss Bernice Turnbull. Things like unreconciled balances with our special funds was unheard of under Bernice Turnbull. So I am very proud to stand today to say I, Donna Fred Gregory, stand on the shoulders of Bernice Alma Turnbull, a serious financial guru, governmental accounting financial guru in this territory. A good example of how we should operate as a financial government to ensure that we are actually, in fact, following the guidelines as it relates to financial management in the territory. So I am happy to support this measure. I'm not sure if I sign on it. I've been very busy, but I will be signing on this particular measure. And then I also want to talk about Bill number 35207, and I want to congratulate my colleague, our new senator. I ain't sure where you're from, Savan Tutu all over. But this is what he does say, Welsa Popa, right? On bringing this measure relating to chronic kidney disease, stroke, and the diabetes registry, and as well as the Senate President.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
The stroke component. This is very important to us as people of color. We see the challenges that we have in our community with Black and brown people. And this registry provides an opportunity for us to collect data so we can be in a better place to take care of our people and in a better place for information to be shared with our community with regards to our diet and all the things that we do. You know, this sluxing down thing, this helps us to collect data. So I want to really congratulate my colleague for bringing this measure forward. But there's something that I have to say today. So we voted yes on a measure earlier, and that's to provide the maritime scholarship to students in the territory. And that's why it's so important that when we move measures from one committee to the next, we pay attention. That measure that came before us today included $100,000 to support this particular maritime industry scholarship, which we are fully in favor of. And this is, it says available until expended, but the measure only provides 2 $10,000 scholarship. We know of the challenges that we have in the Virgin Islands with regards to our cash flow. So it's important that we all understand that annually we should be appropriating the $20,000 to the Board of Education.
Time.
Let me wrap up, Mr. Chair, Mr. President. We should be appropriating those funds annually. Instead, today we voted to appropriate $100,000, which we know OMB is not going to release. We need to stop selling our people wolf tickets. Okay, so at the appropriate time, when I have my next committee meeting, if we have a bill on the committee, I will make the necessary adjustments. But the 10,000 twice, 20,000, that's what we should be appropriating today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Next, we'll recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I too support all of these bills in this Block 5. Real quickly, I wanted to talk about Bill 350208, Bernice Turnbull, 42 years of service, Commissioner of Finance, the best coconut tarts on the island, a real boss woman. That's a no-brainer. Real quickly, the Act 350223, renaming Gambogada, I might not know, but that's Weeks Bakery. You know, Weeks Bakery, that street, that's now the Williams Industrious. Well, it will be later on. But I wanted to talk about Bill 35-2007 to create the Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry, and I have to thank the Mr. President for adding the stroke components. You know, as my colleague from around the field just mentioned, you know, there are 11,791 persons in our community living with diabetes and 10,278 with pre-diabetes for a total of 22,069 persons in the community. Diabetes is a chronic disease that occurs when your pancreas does not produce enough insulin and your blood glucose is high. The people them say you got sugar. And diabetes leads to eye problems. That's right. Some people with diabetes develop eye diseases. It also leads to foot problems. You know, you can get those amputations. It can lead to heart attack and stroke. When you have diabetes, high blood sugar for a period of time damages your blood vessels. Of course, diabetes is the #1 cause of kidney failure. And as you know, we have 219 persons in our community with total kidney failure. Have to do that dialysis 2 times a week. Diabetes also leads to nerve damages.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
That diabetes causes complications to your nerves. It also leads to gum diseases, mouth problems, and they got a little problem, sexual problem with the men and female too. So it's a real chronic disease. So it is important for us to monitor diabetes because, you know, African Americans and Latinos have the highest rates of diabetes. The poorer communities have the highest rates of diabetes, and the households that are poorest have the highest degree of diabetes. So this here would create a registry so that we can monitor this illness in our community. So thank you very much for my colleagues for this. You know, I wanted to quickly go to Bill 35-0218. You know, the unemployment benefits is going to basically be reduced. So the maximum you're going to get now is 16,770 people. You know, this I commend the bill sponsor, the Department of Labor, because, you know, we have a big problem with our unemployment insurance. It's over $72 million that we owe. So this is a way to right the ship so that we can get good with our unemployment benefits, and it's a good bill. And also the GRS loans. Don't take that money and go and spend it with bad. Get the land and buy some land and things so that you can get assets. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Next, we go to Diane T.K. Part. You're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of these bills in this block. But I wanted to really tell the senator next to me, I'm going to drink some water, on his comment. Kind of threw me for a loop. Bill number 35-0207, I just have to commend the sponsor of this legislation because this is a chronic disease that continues to expand in the territory. And most registries are proven to improve the quality of life. It helps to allocate resources and helps with intervention. So I have to really commend the sponsor of this bill, and also it will create education awareness to the community and help to minimize the amount of people that are experiencing these health problems. 35-0226, sometimes it's hard when we're here because, as I mentioned earlier, you can't legislate compassion, but it's crazy that we have to be legislating for parent to be accountable being a parent. And not just only men pay child support, women pay child support too. So we gotta do what we gotta do to bring accountability. 35-0196. I just asked one of my colleagues, when was the last time we had this loan program? And I myself took advantage years ago when my children were in school, gave them that foundation of going to a private school, and those personal loans is what helped me to put my children through school. So that's one of the benefits of being a government employee, being in the GRS system. So I am in full support of this bill. Bernice Turnbull, an amazing woman that brought accountability wherever she was. So
1 minute, 30 seconds.
I am in support of this legislation. Mr. President, I'm ready to vote.
Thank you very much. Senator Capehart. Next, we'll come to Senate Majority Leader. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening to all. I know it's getting late now. I support most, if not all, the measures in this block, but I want to speak to 35-0196, as I've been advocating for this for some almost 9 years now, ever since the GRS stopped the people's money back in 2015. In 2016, this body passed legislation, chiefly sponsored by yours truly, to reinstate the loan program to the stakeholders. And that was through Act number 7880. This bill today, at first I was saying that it really didn't make sense to move forward, especially in the first part, because the GRS have already accepted to reinstate the loan program. However, it does no harm. We want to make sure that they do reinstate the program, and retirees, I'm saying that we have not forgotten you. There's an amendment coming hopefully by next session to include retirees in there. We just have to work out some more kinks with the GRS. And again, this is the members' money. These are the real stakeholders. We've been loaning money, so all other entities who have no business in GRS and the people who the money belonged to couldn't even borrow it. But again, we've passed that hurdle, and I just want to remind colleagues that while we're looking at the bill before us here today, this doesn't look like the updated bill that you should have. So the concern of one of my colleagues across the aisle with regards to the percentage with the rate, that was addressed in the Rules and Judiciary Committee last week, Tuesday. I think it was March 20th, Wednesday. Thank you, Madam Secretary. And that was addressed where it states in the third paragraph, first sentence, that they must strike
1 minute, 30
time
seconds.
to time and insert not to exceed 12%. So it wouldn't be at whim and how much they want, but it will not exceed 12%. And in the last couple of seconds, I fully support the measure to not only honor and commend Ms. Bernice Turnbull, a stalwart in this community. We wish we had her at the helm right now at finance so we could really keep track of what's going on with the government money. But in the Rules and Judiciary Committee as well last week, I moved an amendment to, not to bring her back, but to actually name the administrative building located, and wow, this one gonna tie up my tongue, Kronprinz Gada. Charlotte Amalia St. Thomas, Virgin Islands,
30
that it
seconds.
must be named the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building. And if the Department of Finance is relocated anywhere else, that the successor building and any other successor buildings must be named the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building. I want to say congratulations, thank you. And this Girl Scout month, I'm going to vote for it, you know. But what happened to Boy Scout too? We already have Boy Scout Week, Girl Scout Week. Now we want to do the whole month. We support our children. It should be the whole year. But in any case, at the appropriate time, I will support the measure that was special ordered to the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Next, we'll come to Senator Carla J. Joseph. Madam Secretary, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of these measures that will be considered in this final block this evening. I want to definitely highlight 2 legislations that I am the primary sponsor of in this block. Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming Gamel Gada, the Bishop, Dr. William A. Industrious Street. This measure is actually being done to rename a street that this fine man of God has worked for unselfishly. The bishop, the good bishop, says he believed that God has sent his son, Jesus Christ, to pay the price for freedom from sin, sickness, and poverty. He refused any salary for his work in the ministry of God for over 60 years. And he even built a church. I have to really commend this gentleman. He celebrated his birthday, his 95th birthday, in fact, on March 3rd of this year. He leaves behind a really great legacy of individuals young people who have now become individuals who are preaching and teaching the word of God around the world. And so I really wanted to commend him for all his unselfish work that he did without even accepting 1 penny, 1 halfpenny. That's a term that you could use for his work in this vineyard. Then I want to go to Bill number 35-0226, which is an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Chapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support. When you make a child, you have that responsibility to support that child.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
We are seeing a large amount of young people, children living in poverty. And why is that? Because the non-custodial parent refuses to pay their fair share. This bill is going to penalize those individuals. I want to stress it. Penalize those individuals who don't come to the hearing and who don't provide the financial information. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. They need to show up at the hearing so that their calculation based on their income can be used to generate the correct child support that they should be paying. Nobody's supposed to be taking you as a parent to any government agency to pay your child support. You're supposed to be able to do that on your own. So, colleagues, I'm asking you to support both bills. And of course, I can't forget Girl Scout Month. I'm a Girl Scout leader. I didn't have the opportunity to be a Girl Scout. My mother used to tell me, Carla, where am I going to find the money from? Your papa now feed you. So I didn't have the opportunity to be a Girl Scout. But I had the opportunity. That's right. I had the opportunity to be a Girl Scout leader. And in fact, I was Girl Scout Leader of the Year in 2004. So I really want to commend the sponsors of this legislation, knowing that these three legislation I just outlined are very impactful on the lives of our people. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. At this time, we recognize the Senate Vice President, Senator Marvin Blyden. You recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I rise in support of all the bills in this block. I'll start from the bottom up. Bill number 35-0237, recognized in March as Girl Scout Month. I think that our Girl Scout played a critical role in our community. It shows dedication, and it shows respect for your elders, and it shows a form of decency for those young girls to live up to and to basically learn skills and other traits as a Girl Scout. Bill number 35-0207 that basically creates the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry. Many individuals in our community have diabetes, and we are seeing an increase in strokes every day, and the registry will assist us in many ways. Bill number 35-0226 to establish a minimum default amount for child support. I know we have heard debate back and forth, but I believe that it is necessary and it's a must because many individuals do not support their children. And this basically gives them a last-minute opportunity to assure that they come to the Department of Child Support and report what they're earning in order for them to support their own child. No one should have to make you come to child support in order for you to support your own child. That is your responsibility. And it is their right to have that support. So I definitely will be supporting that legislation. Bill number 35-0208 to honor and commend Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. Her name is a household name when it comes to our Department of Finance and Government Services in respect to finances. And Bill number 35-0196 in respect to the loan program. I did have reservations in terms of the percentage also.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Nonetheless, as was stated, an amendment came in Rules and Judiciary to address my concerns. So definitely I will be supporting it because that program assists so many individuals in our community in so many areas. I remember when I first ran for this office, is the GRS I went to basically support myself and invested in myself in terms of getting a loan to run my first campaign. So it's a very good program. And yes, I did. It's a very good program, and it assists many individuals in many areas when it comes to finances. And again, Mr. President, I want to thank you for the time, and I want to be supporting all of these bills in this block. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. If the Madam Timekeeper could put just 4 minutes on the clock for me real quick. I stand in support of all of the measures in this block number 4. And of course, in respect to the GRS offering loans, again, to government employees, active government employees, I certainly believe that these loans are most appropriate and allow for a lifeline. A lot of times when we see many of the banking industry is reluctant to grant similar type of loans, there is the employees' own money that they're borrowing, and certainly I'm not overly concerned about the interest cap because in all fairness, when you're utilizing your own money, it should be collateralized, which means that the interest rate should be really significantly lower than what you'll see in the other banking. So I'm hoping that the the board, as well as the administration of GRS, do the right thing and make sure that they're keeping those things reasonable. Certainly, you don't want to be in competition with the banks in that regard. I, however, must caution that those individuals that may be short-timing and about to retire, you may want to think twice about going out to try to get any loan, because in fact, when you leave, you almost have to double those payments on your way out. And when you start to receive those annuity, it's very difficult. You're already receiving a significant less than you were making during that time, and now you have to pay a double loan payment on these loans. It could be very crippling. So just be mindful of that and make sure you're doing your due diligence to make a determination. I am very happy to be a part of this legislative body as we honor and commend Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands. I had the opportunity to work under her stewardship while we had to contact the finance department many times. And I'll tell you that when you have a conversation, when you approach Bernice Turnbull, make sure you come in with facts, make sure you come in with figures, and you make sure you're prepared to answer all of those tough questions, because when you talk about someone that was an excellent steward of the people's money, I believe that you'll see a picture of Bernice Turnbull right next to that. She was very, very, again, reliant on to make sure that the government be kept afloat and run in the right direction. So we commend her for her
1 minute,
work.
30 seconds.
And the naming of that building right after her is very important. In respect to the reduction of the number of weeks for that unemployment benefits, this is no way, shape, or form a reduction in terms of your financial benefit. It reduces the weeks. However, your benefit numbers somewhat increased to cover that point, because the figures remain the same for whatever you'll be due during that period. What it does is really drive individuals back into the workforce in a timely fashion and minimize you having to spend a lot of time seeking employment, because in fact you'll be going back to work within a reasonable amount of time once your benefits run out. Pastor William, Industrial Street, I look forward to that. Again, by grace, this individual, 90 plus years old, walked in here, sat here, spoke legibly, clearly, and walked
seconds.
out at the conclusion of this. Very strong, and it's by grace of God that you see that he have held him. He has not received any pay for his work over the years, so we commend him on that. We're happy to recognize our Girl Scouts for the month of March, and we had the opportunity earlier and the privilege to host them here at the legislature, sometime back. So we're happy for that. And of course, the chronic kidney disease, stroke, and diabetes registry is something that's going to be monumental in terms of the collection of data. And we're hoping that it will be properly minded, properly analyzed, and that a true assessment of what's happening in this community in respect to chronic disease, kidney disease, stroke, and diabetes is derived from all of this information that will be gathered by the Department of Health, and for further analysis on what's happening there in the space of chronic kidney diseases that we're experiencing in the territory. My colleague was able to give a lot of the census in terms of the population of those individuals that are suffering from this deadly disease, and I believe that that number might be even lower, higher than expected, because we still have a lot of people that's walking around with the unknowns, and that's why it's important for us to be able to start to collect this data in a timely fashion. So that concludes this block number 5, our final block for today, and I'll ask the Madam Clerk to yes. I'll ask the Madam Clerk to please call up these measures for a vote. And of course, we'll start off with Bill number 35-0196.
Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Section 717C and 766C, to establish a deadline for the GERS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount, and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a perimeter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches age 70.
Roll call on bill number 35-0196.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent.
Dangan.
Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0196, an act to amend Title III Virgin Islands Code, Sections 717C and 766C to establish a deadline for GRS to resume the personal loan program, remove the $10 million annual aggregate amount and the 8% interest rate cap, limit the system's liability to $75,000, and set a perimeter in Section 717 that all loans must be structured such that the payoff date occurs before the retiree reaches the age of 70. Has been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0208, an act honoring and commending Mrs. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands.
A motion, Senator Gittens.
Thank you. Amendment, actually. I move to offer a technical amendment.
Amendment, Senator Gittens.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President and colleagues, I move to offer an amendment, a technical amendment to reduce the sum of $40,000 which is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 for the erection of the sign for the Bernice Alma Turnbull Finance Administrative Building to be reduced from $40,000 to $15,000. I so move.
Second.
The technical amendment is to move 40 to 15. I so move.
Second.
A motion properly made by Senator Gittens for technical amendment, seconded by Senator Fonseca. Hearing no objection, so ordered. 15, 1-5, from 40 to 15, 1-5. It's reduced. Roll call on bill number 35-0208 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Yay.
Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Bocage Jr., nay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 1 nay, 4 absent.
Thank you very much. Bill number 35-0208, an act honoring and commending Ms. Bernice Alma Turnbull for her lifetime service and dedication to the people of the Virgin Islands, as amended, has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0218, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, relating to unemployment benefits by reducing the number of weeks that unemployment benefits can be received, increasing the statute of limitation for the collection of overpayments of unemployment benefits from claimants and for delinquent employer contributions, allowing for the implementation of the payroll variation methodology launch in the calendar year beginning January 2024, implementing a 10-year record retention period for employers, and requiring employers to register with the Virgin Islands State Information Data Exchange System.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0218.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden. Senator Blyden, absent. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., not vote. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 5 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0218, an act amending Title 24, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 12, relating to the unemployment benefits by reducing the number of weeks that unemployment benefits can be received, increasing the statute of limitation for the collection of overpayments of unemployment benefits from claimants, and for delinquent employer contribution, allowing for the implementation of the payroll variation methodology launched in the calendar year beginning January 2024, implementing a 10-year record retention period for employers and requiring employers to register with the Virgin Islands State Information Data Exchange System has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0223, an act renaming Gamlegada the William A. Industrious Street.
Roll call on Bill number 35-0223.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yay.
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35, that's 0223, an act renaming Gamble Gutter, the William A. Industrial Street, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands and will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support.
Amendment, Senator Francis Heiliger, you recognize?
I rise to offer Amendment 35707 to amend Bill number 350-226, offered by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Bill number 35-0226, Section 1, Internal Section F, is amended by striking minimum and not less than. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Madam Clerk, at this time, roll call on bill number 35-0226 as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Yay. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr.? Senator James Sr., yay. Senator James Sr., nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson?
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter? Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 2 nays, 4 absent.
9 yea, 2 nay, and
4 absent.
4 absent. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0226, an act amending Title 16, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 13, Subchapter 1, Section 345, Subsection C, by establishing a minimum default amount for child support as amended, have been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke,
No.
and
35-0237. It's okay.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Bill number 35-0237, an act amending Title 1, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to recognize the month of March as Girl Scouts Month.
Roll call on bill number 35-0237.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Yay. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart? Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion? Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.?
Yay.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger?
Yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory? Yes. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins?
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr.,
Yes.
Senator James Sr., yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter, Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Bill number 35-0237, an act amending Title 1, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, to recognize the month of March as Girl Scout Month, have been approved by the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Next measure.
Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code, Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry.
Thank you. This is the final measure on today's agenda, and it's the non-germane amendment. Amendment, Senator Gittins, you recognize. Non-germane.
Thank you, Mr. President, and colleagues, I rise to offer amendment number 35, that's 560, which was circulated, an amendment to bill number 35-0207, offered by yours truly. Bill number 35-0207 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank. Act number 8437 is amended in the following instances. 1, in section 1, subsection B, by striking, open quote, containing a clause that grants the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority a possibility of reverter if the police department fails to construct a police station within 5 years after the transfer, close quote. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Gittins, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Marvin Blyden, hearing no objection, and Senator Fonseca, hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Blyden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to offer amendment number 35-413 to bill number 35-0249. Bill number 35-0249 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows.
What's the amendment number, Senator Blyden?
Amendment number 35-413.
413. Was that circulated? Yeah, was circulated.
Offered by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Go ahead.
Everyone got it?
Yes.
Okay. Bill number 35-0249 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank. A. The sum of $25,000 is appropriated from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund in a fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 to the Virgin Islands.
Yes, Senator, the bill number is 207. 35-0207.
Restate, please.
Yes, sir. 0207, the last measure on today's agenda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer amendment number 35-413 to bill number 35-0207, offered by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 35-0207 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads, section blank. A. The sum of $25,000 is appropriated from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024 to the Virgin Islands Olympic Committee to be expended as follows. $5,000 to Angelo Ruiz Acevedo, the archery coach of Nicholas Diamor, and $5,000 each to the coaching, training, and support staff of the Virgin Islands Seniors Women's National Basketball Team, namely head coach Tajama Ngongba, assistant coach Clint Williams, team manager Jelani Hawthorne, and support and training staff Lavinia Robinson. B. The Virgin Islands Olympic Committee is subject to and must comply with the reporting requirements of Title III of Title II, Virgin Islands Code, Section 29. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Blyden, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment number 35-732 to bill number 35-0207. Bill number 35-0207 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section that reads as follows. Section blank, Act number 8759, which is now bill number 350141, is amended on page 10 by striking DSPR 340 boxing program and inserting by adding technical amendment DSPR USVI Boxing Federation. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Donna Fred Gregory, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Carrion, you recognize for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to offer amendment number 35-1438 to Bill 35-0207, offered by myself, Senator Samuel Carrion. Bill number 35-0207 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section. It reads as follows. Section blank, Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 15, Section 190DD is amended in the following instances. A, subsection B is amended in the first sentence by inserting full-time or part-time before the first occurrence of students. And B, subsection I is amended by adding a new sentence to read. The regulations must establish requirements for part-time students, participation in the scholarship program, including timeline for completion of degree and the minimum number of semesters credit hours that must be taken, and the manner of fulfilling the obligation to work in the territory pursuant to subsection E. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Samuel Carrion, seconded by Senator Carla J. Joseph. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise to move amendment number 35-669, amendment to bill number 35-0207, and is being offered on behalf of Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Bill number 35-0207 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank, Act number 8681, technical amendment, further amended by Act 8788, is amended in the following instances. A, in Section 3, 1, subsection A, insert and subsection 102 after subsection 101. 2, subsection C, second sentence, strike without pay as may be required to campaign for a delegate seat, and insert and may use accrued or accumulated annual leave in taking the leave of absence. Persons taking such leave of absence who have not accrued or accumulated annual leave shall do so without pay, but without prejudice to seniority or their employment rights. B, in Section 4, 1, subsection A, after resident, insert and no more than one candidate for delegate at large. 2, subsection E, after election, insert but a petition for the delegate at large must be signed by 25 qualified voters in both Virgin Islands election district for a total of 50 signatures. I so move.
Motion properly made by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senator Fred Gregory, Senator Blyden, Senator Carrion. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Hearing no further amendments at this time, Madam Clerk, please call up bill number 35-0207 as amended for roll call.
Bill number 35-0207, an act amending Title 19, Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry.
Roll call on bill number 35-0207.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator
As amended, as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay.
Thank you.
Senator Angel L. Bocage Jr. Yay. Senator Bocage Jr., yay. Senator Diane T. Capehart. Senator Capehart, absent. Senator Samuel Carrion. Senator Carrion, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Yay. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Javan E. James Sr.
Absent.
Senator James Sr., absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, not voting. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Potter, absent. Mr. President, 9 yeas, 5 absent.
Please record Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's vote as yes.
Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Mr. President, 10 yeas, 5 absent.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, bill number 35-0207 as amended, an act amending Title 19 Virgin Islands Code Part 1, adding Chapter 6A to create the Territorial Chronic Kidney Disease, Stroke, and Diabetes Registry has been approved by the members of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, will be sent to the Governor for further consideration and action. Colleagues, that round out today's agenda. Block number 5 is completed. Point of personal privilege, Senator Joseph, you recognize.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick. I want to really thank my colleagues for their support of Bill number 35-0226. Really commend several senators who signed on to this piece of legislation, to include Senators Alma Francis Heiliger, Angel Bocage Jr., as well as co-sponsored by Senator Maurice C. James. The Division of Paternity and Child Support stated that this is the first meaningful legislation that has passed in the most recent years. Let's work together to try to support our children and not hold them down or reduce their benefits. Let everyone who is supposed to pay their child support come in and provide the required documents. I want to thank all my colleagues for their support on this measure. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Next point of personal privilege, we recognize Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Thank you. Good evening once again. I just wanted to just quickly share my thoughts on a few things as I leave this evening. As it related to 35-0213, I wanted to say that I had an opportunity to speak to the neighbor as it related to that piece of property, and I am an individual that believes in being balanced. And after speaking to the neighbor, we as a body made accommodations so that that neighbor could feel well within their neighborhood. So I was very satisfied after we were able to do that. As it relates to special ordering 35-0248, that was sponsored by myself so we can petition Congress so we can make an effort to have our own elected Attorney General here in the territory. We have sent it to the Committee of Jurisdiction. Hopefully, when we offer information and testimony, I think it's a long time coming. As we see throughout the United States, over 40 plus states have already decided to elect their Attorney General. We need to reduce the politicization of this particular office. And if we have to go to the point of election, that is what I support. The people of the territory several years ago went to the polls with a referendum, and at 73.76% stated they wanted an elected Attorney General. It is time to do so. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time, and happy Easter to everyone.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heidegger. Happy Easter to you as well. Senator Fred Gregory, you recognized for a point of personal privilege. You have a message for the people. It's Easter.
Chair. Mr. President, I too want to say Happy Easter to the people of the Virgin Islands. And, my colleague that spoke earlier with regards to the resolution, with regards to the electing of the Attorney General, I am happy that we sent it to committee. It is a matter that requires discussion. It's a matter, and I know that there was a referendum a few years ago, and 76% of the people voted for an elected Attorney General. However, I'm not certain if we dug any deeper to determine whether or not that was a gubernatorial election year, it was a regular senatorial year. So there's some research that we have to do to figure out how best to ensure that we are doing the people's will. So I just want to thank my colleagues too for moving it to, my colleague for agreeing to move that measure to committee so we can discuss it. But I also would like to add that we are moving, we made some, we voted today on the 6th Constitutional Convention. And I also believe that there is an opportunity for us to allow the 6th Constitutional Convention to address that issue as we are contemplating all of the matters that are impacting the Virgin Islands at this time that requires congressional approval. So our fervent hope is that the 6th Constitutional Convention would allow us to make the necessary changes here in the territory.
Yeah.
Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Thank you. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. I'd like to thank all my colleagues on approving Bill number 35-0207, which establishes the Kidney, Diabetes, and Stroke Registry. However, I have to advise the chairman of the Hospital Territorial Board, the OMB director, and the Commissioner of Health that we must avert a potential diabetes, kidney dialysis emergency, because we need to be able to come together and agree on the dollar amounts and the funding sources, because as you know, of the 219 kidney dialysis patients, Caribbean Kidney Center treats over 104 of them, and there has been some court action where the government has prevented the CKC from closing, and that is set to expire on the end of March. So let's get together so that the Senate can act on this amount. I understand it's about $4.9 million. I'm advising you to get together so that we can avert a potential kidney dialysis emergency in our community. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Any of my other colleagues? Senator Gittins, Majority Leader, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity. I will be brief. I just want to say Happy Easter to all. Let's remember the reason for the season is Holy Week, and I ask that we all be safe during this Holy Week. Those of you camping, especially in the island district of St. Croix, I wish you well, and please be safe. Happy Easter to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. And again, too, I want to join in thanking everyone who contributed to today's session. And of course, I was unable to meet. I had a reception over at the Community Foundation of the Virgin Islands this evening here in St. Thomas. So I hope that went well. And I apologize I wasn't able to make that function. But also, I want to thank all of my colleagues for today and all of the hard work that they put in for us to be able to move all of these measures today. I also want to thank the central staff, our court reporters, our recorders, our post auditor, security. We want to thank media and the journal, archives, legal counsel office, media, the executive director's office, just everyone that was involved in today's session, my personal staff, of course, the staff of Senate President Novel E. Francis Jr. I also want to take this opportunity to remind those individuals, I know that the Easter and these holidays have a tendency to bring a little bit of boredom or lonesomeness or loneliness. And I just want to remind you that there is mental health available and a call-in line at 988, a lifeline that's available 24 hours a day for people that may be in the emotional distress. Counselors that's trained to provide free and confidential support is available. Finally, on behalf of the legislative family, my family and staff, I want to say a happy Easter to all who celebrate this time of the year. And again, get home safe. God bless each and every one of you. And having no further business, this session of March 25th, 2024 is hereby adjourned.